Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all of you. So this is very honor for me. This is Amir Muhammad Nasrullah, Professor of Public Administration in the University of Chittagong and one of the core team member of this research. I'd like to welcome all of you to today's national seminar on From Vulnerability to Resilience, Assessing Security Risk and the Role of Livelihoods in Rohingya Refugee Camps in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that we have two sessions today. So in the first session, this is basically sharing of our research findings. So in this session, we have some special guests and distinguished personalities from different sections. So first of all, may I request Dr. Imadul Islam, who is the research lead of this research, to come to the dais along with other guests, especially Dr. Khalid Kausar, Mr. Muhammad Mizanur Rahman, Mr. Tomohide Ichiguchi, Nobuko Kayashima, Dr. Joinuddin, and Professor Dr. Nasiruddin, and finally, Mr. Muhammad Asad Alam Siam, Honorable Secretary, Foreign Affairs, Government of Bangladesh. Please come to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, so the first session is basically knowledge sharing. You know that this is one of the very important research, and this was supported by Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, and it was locally hosted and supported by Young Power and Social Action, one of the leading NGOs in Bangladesh. So let me briefly talk about the research team. This research team, we have 9 members. Just let me introduce the names. It was led by Dr. Imadul Islam. He is Senior Research Fellow, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan. And we have other 8 researchers here. Dr. Muhammad Jainuddin, he is from Australian National University, Australia. Dr. Muhammad Hassan Reza, he is a professor of Indiana University, United States of America. Dr. Bhavita Bhatt, she's from Queen's University, Belfast. Professor Ishtash Qureshi, also Queen's University, Belfast, in the United Kingdom. Professor Nasiruddin, a renowned anthropologist from the University of Chittagong. Professor Muhammad Fakhrul Islam, another anthropologist from Shahjalan University of Science and Technology. Ms. Mahu Nakayamu from Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And last but not least, this is me, Amir Muhammad Nasrullah, Professor of Public Administration in the University of Chittagong. We had some research assistant over there. However, I'm not taking much time. So first of all, we'll just go to the presentation of the research findings. So we have 2 presenters here, Dr. Imadul Islam and Dr. Muhammad Jainuddin. So may I request Dr. Imadul Islam and Muhammad Jainuddin to present the research findings. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you so much. First of all, I must say thank you to our honorable chief guest, distinguished panelist, our presenter, our researcher. This morning, we would like to talk something about the people who, those are fleed to Bangladesh. This ethnic group, they have experienced ethnic cleansing and still suffering, and they have strong determination to return to their home. With the Sasakawa Peace Foundations, we believe that we want to establish peace all over the world, and we are commissioning this research in the Rohingya camp for the first time. It's very extended research. It's relevant to in the security risks. Yes, this is true. Security risks is everywhere, even it is in the very normal situations. But when we are talking about the refugees and camp situation, this is also alarming. So I must thank you to my co-researcher and already introduced by our Master of Ceremony, Professor Amir Muhammad Nasrullah. And we have also here present today our field innovators and all of our co-researchers who actually contributed in the last 1 year very extensively to commission this research successfully. Bangladesh currently hosts one of the largest refugee population in the world. When we are talking, what is the greatest challenge for next 10 years for Bangladesh? This is no debt. This is not a corruption. This is not any other items. This is our Rohingya refugees. So we must thank you to the Bangladesh government for their extraordinary burden, hosting this almost 5 million populations in Cox's Bazar camp and also the Bashansor. The Rohingya crisis has increasingly evolved into a protracted displacement situation where refugees may remain in camps for an extended period before durable solutions become feasible. In prolonged displacement context, maintaining camp stability, social cohesion is the key, and community well-being becomes the essential both humanitarian management and broader policy considerations. But our study was therefore designed to generate an evidence-based insight. This is not just only the investigations, the great philosophy of ours to help the both of host communities, host the Bangladesh, and also the welfare of these Rohingya people. When we're talking about the policy context, because the Rohingya repatriation issues and their welfare mostly relevant to is the policy. So there are many research already conducted in this field, but most of the research they're talking about their camp life, their vulnerability, and other aspects. So our study is novel in that realm that we are talking about their security. Not only that their security purpose, also the host community securities. So, although voluntary repatriations remains preferred long-term solutions, but structural conditions kindly make rapid or large-scale return difficult to implement. And many of research already published, and they claim that repatriation is in one sense in the near future is a myth. So this is something that we need to continue talking about, not only the ground level in the national, regional, and international platform. So far, we are going to hosting this event as part of our research validations. And today, we are going to present our findings, but in highlight to also receive your comments to our adjustment of the findings and the better of this study. This makes an important understanding the dynamics of the camp life, including how economic opportunities and also the psychosocial conditions and their social relationship with the host communities. This is the key, and which has the very relationship which influence to the security risks. The camp context, we know that refugee camps functions not only as humanitarian service site, but also as a complex social system where daily life, authoritarian structure, and social relationships evolve over time. Prolonged camp conditions often create uncertainty about the future, their restriction on mobility, and limited opportunities for meaningful participation in economic or civic. Under such circumstances, everyday experience of these exclusions or frustration can gradually influence how individuals perceive opportunity, belonging, and their willingness to challenge existing conditions. Also, we are very limitedly we introduce livelihood opportunities for various training programs and small-scale economic activities have begun introduced by the humanitarian organizations in the Rohingya camps, but their role in strengthening resilience remain unclear. So far, we tried to develop the key research questions, which is how do structural vulnerabilities and livelihood opportunities interact to influence latent security risks and well-being among Rohingya refugees living in camps in Bangladesh. So we developed a universal conceptual framework, and in this framework we tried to assume that structural condition that is relevant to the economic and social and political and digital, it's actually linked to our dependent variable latent security risks, and also it's moderated by the psychosocial experience and livelihood. So I would like to mention here that we already get the approval from the Refugee Law Initiative in the University of London that our model is actually investigable by the international researchers, those who are doing this research in this field. So the research approach, we know that there are multiple research methodologies here, but our design is convergent parallel mixed method designs, and we did survey, and we also did the very extensive interview. So in the part of the survey, this is the first time the biggest number of refugees, they got the chances to talk with us in the structured questionnaires. So in total, it's near about 2,300, but we analyzed 2,072 data. And so in quantitative design that we mentioned that our structural questions is designed to measure structural vulnerabilities, psychosocial conditions that relevant to the latent security risks, and use of varied scale that relevant to these in the different theory, and questions covering several domains, including livelihood access, social reactions, governance, experience, and perception of safety. As I mentioned that it is for the first time, this is the biggest data. So it's about the 2072, and we are commissioning this research almost the all camp, and we develop one database. So we also followed the academic research methodology. So we received ethical clearance of all of the instruments from the University of Chittagong, and we tried to follow the all social science code of ethics, research code of ethics for this research. So in this time, I would like to request my co-researcher, Professor Dr. Jainuddin, for sharing the quantitative findings.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmadul Islam. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I think it is actually helpful to be the second speaker because my colleague Dr. Ahmadul Islam has already set the tone and introduced all the key terminologies. So I'll simply follow his lead and avoid entering into any terminological controversies. So like him, I will refer to the Rohingya population in Bangladesh as refugees, although we all know that Bangladesh is not a party to the 1951 Refugee Convention and does not have specific national legislation governing refugee affairs. So refugees are considered illegal foreigners under the Foreigners Act of 1946 in Bangladesh. Interestingly, Rohingya who arrived in the 1990s, they were recognized as refugees on their identification documents. But those who arrived around 2017, they were recognized as forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. So this is kind of first mover advantage. Okay. So anyway, whether we like it or not, the legal framework surrounding Rohingya in Bangladesh is a patchwork of loosely defined policies and practices. And I must say that the time has come to give this serious consideration. So now, we already learned from Dr. Ahmadul Islam about the bleak future of their safe and voluntary repatriation. The repatriation is and should remain the policy priority of both the Bangladeshi government and the international community. But for the time being, we treat them as temporary guests. In fact, refugee camps are meant to be temporary, but in practice, again, whether you like it or not, this temporariness may become permanent. So living in refugee camps is therefore like living in a permanently temporary situation. So apart from this temporal dimension, if we look at the spatial dimension of the refugee camp and ask how life unfolds inside the refugee camps. For example, the moment we think about the refugee camps, we immediately notice the structural and institutional environment that these refugees are subjected to. For example, think about the economic environment. Refugee camps have, boundaries, but in practice, refugees and locals, they cross these boundaries for trade, for employment, and so on. If you look at the social environment, refugees face mobility restrictions, but many of them somehow navigate around these restrictions for everyday reasons. So the same goes to other aspects of structural environment. For example, political environment or digital environment. So this is how life unfolds in refugee camps, where residents experience the structural reality somewhat differently. So we then begin to wonder whether this perceived structural environment, which shapes everyday life inside the refugee camps, has anything to do with the security risks that we're talking about. So the purpose of our quantitative study was to investigate how this structural environment is related to the security risks in the camps. And if they are related, what is the mechanism, and whether livelihood activities that is allowed in the camp, whether it has any impact in this relationship. So we used a number of theoretical lenses to develop our hypothesis. For example, you can see the strain theory, the social capital theory, and empowerment theory. So the strain theory is basically dictating the direct relationship between structural environment and security risk, because the strain theory says that exclusion and blocked opportunities cause a strain that can lead to deviant or risky responses. We also use social capital theory to understand whether the structural environment has an effect on the social cohesion between refugees and host communities, and whether it translates into the security risk. And finally, we also use empowerment theory to understand whether the livelihood activities that are being allowed in the camp, whether it empowers the Rohingya population, and through this empowerment, whether it reduces the marginalization's harmful effects by increasing perceived control and competence. So there are a number of variables. As you can see, the dependent variable is security risk, and there are explanatory variables, structural exclusion, and this is the composite index. We used a number of aspects of a structural exclusion, like economic exclusion, as I said, political exclusion, digital exclusion, and social exclusion. And the mechanism is through the mediators, psychosocial harms. We used two mediators. One is psychological distress, and the other one is social cohesion, eroded social cohesion between refugees and host communities. And the moderator is the livelihood participation, which is both whether the refugees participated in the livelihood program, that is a binary variable, and whether for how many days they actually participated on average in a particular month. And we used a number of control variables, for example, age, gender, religion, education level, marital status, household size, time in camp, and previous occupation. So these are the number of econometric models that you used. I will just skip the technical details. So as Dr. Ahmadul Islam already said, that we collected data from more than 22 refugee camps, and our respondents, number of respondents is more than 2,000. and data were collected to capture variations in camp administration structures, livelihood opportunities, security environments, and humanitarian programming. You know that across the camps, the situation may not be different because of the camp administration as well as the livelihood opportunities and various other security dynamics. So to capture these variations, we collected data from a large number of camps. So if you look at the scale reliability, it actually shows whether the items that we use to measure our variables, whether they show strong reliability and internal consistency, and almost all of them, if you look at the Kronbach alpha table, almost all of them have good, strong reliability, which indicates that our items that we use to measure the variable is acceptable. And if you look at the descriptive statistics, you can see that the structural exclusion that you talked about is neither very minimal nor very extreme, but it is a persistent, something which is very persistent across the camps. And if you look at the correlations, it actually preliminarily supports our hypothesis that structural environment has influence on the security risks through the psychosocial dynamics. So I will just briefly explain the key findings that we derived from our quantitative analysis. The first one is structural conditions matter, and structural exclusion actually increases the latent security risk. So it's a strong predictor of the security risk among refugees. So the high levels of the structural exclusion are significantly associated with higher levels of security risk, even after controlling all the demographic characteristics and camp level variation. So security risks are not only shaped by isolated incidents or individual experiences, but are also rooted in deeper structural conditions within the camps. The second key finding is that structural exclusion significantly increases emotional strain. Now, to understand this, we need to think about the nature of life inside the camps. In the camp context, individuals often struggle to imagine a meaningful future beyond the camp. There is no hope. So the precarity of life, when you talk about the precarity of life in the camps, you often talk about the precarity in terms of material disadvantages. But the precarity of life needs to be understood more in terms of the refugees' relations to the future. Because for individuals to remain socially alive, they need to be able to imagine a meaningful future for themselves, however miserable their present day situation is. So when you design any programs or interventions for refugees, for them, it must be able to give them hope, to give them sense of purpose. So this is one of the important findings of our quantitative study, that we need to deal with the psychological distress in the Rohingya population, and we need to design our interventions keeping this in mind. Another important findings of the quantitative study is structural exclusion. It actually weakens the social cohesion between refugees and host communities. So those who have been doing research in Cox's Bazar for the last couple of years, they may recognize this very easily, that communities in Cox's Bazar, the Bangladeshi communities in Cox's Bazar, the host communities, they are getting increasingly frustrated and worried about the relative size as well as the growth of the Rohingya population and the economic repercussions of Rohingya laborers undercutting the local workforce. Now, while these demographic concerns are understandable, Bangladeshis must not take their frustration out on the Rohingya. The Rohingya themselves are incredibly frustrated with the predicament they are in. Most would like nothing more than to go home, provided they have some assurances that they will be safe and their basic rights preserved and respected. Anyone who visited the Rohingya refugee camps knows no one would choose to live there. So the government and the RRC should use its moral authority to counter any anti-Rohingya state sentiment, and they must try all the avenues to strengthen the social cohesion between refugees and the host communities. This is important and this is critical. Another finding is that the psychosocial pathways explain part of the relationship between structural environment and the latent security risk. So structural exclusion increases the security risk both directly as well as indirectly through the psychosocial processes. So the moment we incorporate the mediators in the model, the direct beta coefficient drops, which indicates that the mediators remain significant. So both the direct path as well as the indirect path remain significant. So it shows that the structural exclusion actually increases the risk through psychological distress and eroded social cohesion. Among these two, psychological distress acts as a stronger mediator, meaning that emotional strain significantly contributes to security risk. Erosion of social cohesion also acts as an independent mediator, though its magnitude is a bit smaller compared to the psychological distress. The final finding is that, which is quite, I would say, counterintuitive, that livelihood participation does not moderate the relationship. So when we build a model based on the empowerment theory, we thought that livelihoods that is present in the camps, it will empower the Rohingya refugees and it will weaken the relationship between structural exclusion and psychological distress and cohesion through security risk. But our quantitative analysis shows that the livelihood activities do not significantly weaken the relationship between exclusion and security risk. The reason is the livelihood activities that is currently allowed in the camp is only symbolic in name and doesn't have real properties to be considered them as meaningful work, both sociologically and economically. So we need to understand that Rohingya camps are managed by humanitarian government, and humanitarian governance often aims to depoliticize camp life by focusing on protection and basic needs. But this produces something paradoxical. The attempts to depoliticize camps makes the camps, in fact, hyper-political spaces where everything is politicized and everything is contested. So we should not assume that refugees do not have agency and they should be denied of their political agency by authorities. If we do not create more space and an enabling environment for them to exercise their agency, it may become counterproductive and they may express their agency in deviant ways. So more could and should be done in this regard, and I must say that international partners also must do more to share the burden with Bangladesh. So with this, I'd like to stop here and thank you very much and thank you for your time and attention. I think over to Dr. Islam.
Thank you so much for Dr. Jainuddin for his clarification of our quantitative methodology. So as the very beginning, I mentioned that we used mixed method approach. So one of the major part of this research, this is also the qualitative one, because this is their life story. So we need to know it. And also the many actors, many stakeholders relevant to the Rohingya refugee crisis working there. So we tried to seat almost every stakeholders, and till to date, we did more than 100 in-depth interview and another 20 FGD, focus group discussion, and the case history method. So still we try to analyze those items, and in relation to this, we also organized two high-level events. So one is in the last August in the DIDA conference that we organized one sessions on this relevant to this project, And also I got the opportunity in the high-level UN General Assembly to give a 3-minute speech and our positions in the United Nations in the UN high-level conference for Rohingya refugee and Myanmar minorities in last September. So this all, and the 2 days sharing, all about this, we would like to triangulate our understanding in as long as in the better generalizations. So the ultimate goal is to criticize ourselves, not to for any debatable item, but that is for the better of our country. So I maybe you people are also expert on this particular field, maybe agree with me that in the new global order, when the other priorities, other war in the different parts of the world, there are many refugees also been creating. So these Rohingya refugee issues, for the time being, get the less priority. So what will happen in the next couple of years if there is no support in the rationing and other items? So it's the rationing items already decreasing very drastically. So we would like to give this message to the international community. Yes, this is not a global problem. We think that this is our regional problem. So global, there are many refugees in different parts of the world. So they have their headache. But it's also the tension of our Asian community. It's not only the burden of the Bangladesh, it's the burden of the other adjacent countries. And the countries, which countries actually bilateral relationship with us for betterment of this huge population, almost the 200 million, and also including this 1.5 million in this other circumstances. So as we talk about that, our Bay of Bengal, it's our economic hub, but we think that if this security risk is very, very high, so we'll be face huge crisis in the near future. So I would like to try to crystallize some of our qualitative methods that we applied for in the descriptive purpose, but my researcher, Professor Dr. Nasiruddin, and he has a very much last decade working on this field, and also the other researcher like Professor Fakrul and others also present here. So maybe if you have any query in the particular item there in the field, they can share on it. So again, as it's called the structural exclusions. Yes, this is many times happen in the realistically, even in the what we call the global south or third world. Yes, we are not even in the normal situations, we cannot provide the all basic needs to the citizen. But again, the camp life is so different. So as my colleague already mentioned, the structural exclusions is a direct relations to the security risks. So we have to work at least start at the item of the structural exclusions. And how can we give the more opportunity to them in the access? So I must thank you. I just read one story, and I must thank the Tripura State Commissioner that we always talk about last couple of years, the digital exclusions. This is the allowing the SIM card. Actually, in the field, practical field, they have the SIM card. But government tried to introduce that is very formally and legal item to give them in the legal way and to monitoring themselves. So this is the starting that the Bangladesh government start. I must thank you in that item. And the livelihood opportunity. Yes, here's the many narratives that if we are providing them the livelihood opportunities, they must be stay here for the long time. So this is the narrative. But even they're staying in the next 5 years, even they're staying in the next couple of 10 years. So if we are not providing them at least meaningful livelihood opportunities in different items, then that will create another frustrations to them to involve this huge community in the some informal groups. And this is now very visible. Another item is psychosocial, psychological stress and mental health concern. Again, in the normal conditions, one of the great concern is our mental health situation, even in the welfare countries. But they are in the very turmoil situations. We are excluded, and they are really in the camp life, in their ardentness, they are facing huge crises. So it's directly relevant to their psychosocial stress. So we need to design again some project in the context specific with also the norm specific with these Rohingya communities. Again, that's called the community relation and social cohesions. As we are the promoter of the social capital, it's the main items. Since they are living here, even their inter-community interrelations in their intra-capital, it should be improved, and also with the host communities. And governance and security structure. I must thank you to the Bangladesh government. We don't like to give them any plan, but our motive is to give the evidence what's happening. That government can newly design how can they ensure the better protection of these communities. So existing structure is functioning, but there are a lot of lackings. So we should rethink again how can a better governance placed in this field. So I would like to share the one story that if you're visiting the Rohingya camp, so directly or indirectly you get the one message that you should leave this Rohingya camp before 3. So ironically, what's the questions? Now, after 3, there is the heaven for anything. So this is not a normal situation. So government may be patrolling and maybe do things. So this message go to the new government should take care of these things all for 24 hours. So that can, those who are even in the Rohingya communities, even out the host communities, and those have the divine behavior and doing the many violence, so can be minimized very successfully. So not just in the specific time frame, it should be patrolling the more times and thinking that way. So here's the youth vulnerability and the risk factors. So our main focus is the youth. Here is more than near about the 2 lakh, and the one is the 50% is their age between 12 to 20. So we found the lot of evidence they don't like to share with us in the qualitative. They shared it's the story of the sexual exploitations. Yes, I don't like to give blame to this. Even in our normal situation, there is also rape and other items. But again, this is not a normal conditions. So in the human rights context, even they are the refugee people. So in principle, they should get the more priority and more care. So our main message to the international community to give the main focus of this particular 70,000 this youth, that means the adolescent period of 12 to 20 years, identify these categories and to ensure more specific program to them. And it should be norm sensitive. So there is many programs there that we found. We don't like to say that they are not participating on these programs. So our also another message to that it should be the norm sensitive and it should be more focused on the female that youth in the camp. Yes, there are many items is there, but we are proposing for the better. So again, this is the main narrative in the gender protection and the concern. So now we would like to mix both of the items, the qualitative and quantitative, as we call that, is a mixed method. Is a mixed mean again need to the mix. What is our integrated findings? We would like to take the restriction and very limited access to the education in the to the formal employment, and also the other items. It's very much crucial to again rethink of these people. How can we betterly adjust with them? So if we are not dealing with those items, so their security risks could be increased, and we call that is like not a time bomb, it's a pressure cooker, so anytime can explode. And also the structure psychosocial explanation of security risks, and as my co-researcher already mentioned how it is actually dealing with it. So I would like to make it simple. And also the livelihood programs. Yes, you know, as I remember in the last UN General Assembly, even the US and all of these development partners, they committed the grants. It's the with conditions need to address at least livelihood. Yes, still here is Bangladesh government need to research on this aspect. How can they do it and whether they allow it? But again, this is very much necessary. Implication of these integrated findings, again, we tried to crystallize in the three items, like security risks should be understood as a structurally produced and psychosocially mediated phenomenon, rather than solely a result of isolated incident of violence. In the second, economic intervention alone may not be sufficient unless they address the broader structural constraints affecting refugees' livelihood and participations. And third is strengthening the social cohesion, community engagement for their psychosocial well-beings. We would like to give them some policy recommendation. I tried to already cover this issue, so what needed, and we also disseminated to you all of our policy brief, so it's already there. Just to mention the why we call it norm sensitive. So those who are working in here, you see the last 9 years, there are many things changed in the camp life. Even at the very beginning, their inter-violence was so high, now it's relatively low. But when it's relatively low, there is another question, what are they thinking about it? So it's another security items. So, and also the many of, since their religion is Islam and some their limitation is there, they are not participating in the some of the items. So when even the our donor organizations working here, they are designing this program, it should be the norm sensitive. Yes, we know that. And how is the norm sensitive? Our report, it would be there, but I just mentioned the just concept here. Education and youth engagement. Youth engagement and education is tradition is the key. But international community should give them more fund, and also this education should be the skill oriented. And also we found that in the qualitative that they are thinking this is not necessary. What they do with these educations. So while they are going to implement the skills, so we need to assess it and to design it very carefully. And youth engagement is very, very crucial to minimize the security risks. And also the psychosocial and community support is just, and for the governance, as I mentioned, the strengthen the camp security system, including improve the nighttime patrolling and also redesigning the items, and also the strengthen the monitoring and verification mechanism that we call the SEAM. Already Bangladesh government already implementing it. It's a very good initiative. And improve transparency and representatives in the community leaderships, and introduce mechanism to enhance the participation of women and youth in community decision-making process, and expand access to advanced healthcare services and ensure transparency and support continued international cooperation toward the safe, voluntary, and dignified repatriation. There's the only solution for this community repatriation to their home. I'm very close to finish. So what is the next? The next is actually, we tried to give our model, the quantitative model. We found the structural exclusion is very much relevant to the creating the security risks. And our qualitative insight that refugees have a strong urge for repatriations despite long-term camp life. But our policy concern, and there's a government narrative that if we allow employment, they will settle and never go back. So here's the item we need to investigate more and more, because we found even they are in the camp, they have a strong determination return to their home place, Myanmar. So even we can ensure that any item to here, they will never stay in the camp life in Bangladesh. They have a strong determination to return to their home place. May I request the Bangladesh new government should think about this very, very carefully and redesign the program for the better good of this almost the 5 million populations, and also the greater security risks for ours and the adjacent countries. And also give the message to the international community, keep this discussion live in the different platform. Finally, I would like to give the thanks of the RRC and RRC Commissioner Dr. Mizanur Rahman is here, and his support and his team allowing us to commissioning this research in the camp. And also I must thank you to all of our guests. Our Honorable Foreign Secretary is here, and JICA country representative here, our former Foreign Secretary, and all of our guests whom are working in here, and also the UNHCR country representative. And finally, our collaborator, IPSA, for their tremendous support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imadul and Dr. Jainuddin, our key research team member, for their nice presentation. One thing to mention here, dear audience, we had a very strong theoretical framework and research design to have this study. So all the, data presented here and the recommendations provided are basically based on solid evidences through the research design. So in this connection, may I request one of another team member, Professor Nasiruddin.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and I do welcome to listen to me. Thank you so much, and it's a privilege for me to share some of research findings and also my personal experience as a researcher. Many of you might know that I've been working on Rohingya refugees for more than 2.5 decades. Here, actually, as a discussion, I need to admit that I'm not actually critically discussing what has been presented. Rather, I'm adding a little bit more and also sharing my experience to reflect on the topic. At the beginning, I must admit that we are talking about the roles of livelihood strategies, but officially, there is no livelihood opportunities and income generating activities are allowed for the Rohingya people in Bangladesh. And many of you might know that Bangladesh is not the signatory state, one of the signatory states of 1951 Refugee Convention. Even there are a lot of signatory states of the 1951 Refugee Conventions and hosting refugees in their lands, but they don't allow livelihood opportunities for many reasons. So given the context, when we're talking about the relationship between the roles of livelihood strategies and the security dynamics, so the whole entire paradigm is a bit problematic. But the fundamental objectives of this research is to explore the potentiality, because we found that there is a kind of strong, deeply correlations between livelihood opportunities and security risk. So the research, actually, in our recommendation, we are exploring whether is there any opportunities to provide limited livelihood strategies opportunities to reduce ongoing security dynamics in the camp. So that's the fundamental borderline of this talk or research. And also Other couple of points that I need to mention here, Dr. Jainuddin talked about particularly the statistical model, but what I'm actually trying to add to his talk, the research, this is the validity of research and authenticity of data. We were very careful about representation of all categories of peoples, because when you talk about the Rohingya, it's not a brand name, it's a kind of labeling, an umbrella concept. There's a different layers in the Rohingya society, across gender, sex, educations, age, and also there are different layers of living experience in Ukhiya, Teknaf, and Bhashanchar, particularly the Rohingya people who came in 1978, and the first phase of influx, and the second phase like 1991, 92, and 2012, and 2016 and 2017. So different, influx brought different categories of people, and they're living together. So when we talk Rohingya, it does not essentially mean it's a broader, as a kind of umbrella concept, it's very generalizations. But we try to focus on also how to, how to record the interpretation of the security or livelihood. So I'm just giving a couple of issues. What does security mean actually, and what we define? And my colleague, Professor Amin Nasrullah, talked about, we try to, build a very strong theoretical foundation, but practically, the security is understood in many ways. But what we actually try to understand, what does security mean from the people's point of view, particularly Rohingya people, how they define and redefine security in their lived experience in the camp. So this is how the couple of issues at the beginning. So just to give you a couple of more details, informations, just to add to what has been presented. The Rohingya people, they fled an extreme state of insecurity in Myanmar in search of a relatively secure life in Bangladesh. But our research finds that they experience different forms of insecurity in the camp. We have tried to assess the notion and perception of security, insecurity, the Rohingya face in their course of life, and how the potential enhancement of livelihood strategies could reduce the security concern in the place of the migration. You might know place of origin and place of migration is a very popular term in refugee migration discourse. In this study, we have tried to understand how Rohingya refugees define and redefine security, insecurity amid their everyday life experience, other than the production of, quote unquote, the idea of security threat produced by media, law enforcement agencies, government officials, and security experts. So we try to understand how they actually perceive security idea. Although Bangladesh has provided humanitarian shelter with adequate assistance, the massive influx of refugees has posed complex challenges for security, economic sustainability, and social stability. Refugee camps such as Kutupalong and Balukhali are among the largest and most densely populated refugee settlements in the world. I have the experience of visiting almost 15 larger refugee settlements around the world, and I find the Ukhiya and Teknaf, the Balukhali, particularly Balukhali and Kutupalong, and many of you might know, Kutupalong is considered the largest refugee camp in terms of density of living standard. And also, this we know this Bhashanchar is also a very unique case in terms of the relocating refugees in the mainland, because refugees are popularly their shelter the borderland. So why so we try to understand the experience of security or insecurity in the context of this relocated Bhashanchar. Just I will add some of the presented to the presented findings. Some couple of, I'm myself trained anthropologist, always try to understand how people define and perceive their experience. The Rohingya population in Bangladesh largely depends, the humanitarian assistance for their survival. Aid dependency is the governing feature of Rohingya management in Bangladesh. Refugees in camps have limited freedom of movement, restricted access to formal employment. Most livelihood activities available to them are informal. temporary, and poorly paid. According to the report published in different medias, and also I have found in my other research that almost 56% of Rohingya households have some form of income, mainly through unskilled day labor, agriculture work, small-scale businesses. You might know in the camp, there's a small tea stall, grocery shop, battle nurse shops, mobile repairing shops, poultry selling shops, cloth shops, like shops for selling everyday essentials in marketplace. And so this is a very small scale, very informal income generating. So at the beginning I said livelihood opportunities and income generating any activities are not formally allowed in the camp in Bangladesh. So, and some Rohingya people are particularly young, are involved in activities supported by humanitarian organizations. Despite the small opportunities, income level remain extremely low. The average monthly income, those who are involved, monthly income less than 4,940. This is my another research I found. So it's a very minimum, which is insufficient to cover basic living expenses in addition to the food ration provided by WHO and other UN organs. So the important is that the food insecurity is also a serious challenge, particularly humanitarian aid, especially food assistance provided by World Food Programs is essential for the survival. However, funding shortage have forced reductions in food ration, increasing vulnerability among the refugee households. Food deprivations among Rohingya refugees rose from 44% in 2019 to about 70% in 2023. You might know joint response plans design a huge package and every year demand, and gradually international support base is reduced. Many of you might know. I could respond to this reduction of international support base if there's any questions. And also security issues in the Rohingya camps have become, this is a kind of official security threat. There's kind of in-fires, there's kind of, small groups activities. So intra-group fights, this I'm talking about a little bit. Security issues in the Rohingya camps have become a growing concern for both refugees and the host community. Several forms of insecurity exist within the camps, including quote-unquote criminal activities and militant quote-unquote military recruitments, human trafficking, drug smuggling, gender-based violence. These are popularly mediated, and we know from the media publications. And research indicates that the organized group operate within some camps, engaging in activities such as drug trafficking, arms trading, kidnapping, and sometimes kind of human trafficking, women and child trafficking. There's a lot of cases reported. And also there are a couple of groups, particularly 4 groups are very, mediated to the public sphere, particularly, ARSA, RSO, and ARA, Arakan Rohingya Army, and Islamic Mahaj. These are a lot of groups. So these also create a kind of security, for insecurity, state insecurity for the Rohingya people living in the camps. Overcrowded living conditions also contribute to insecurity. Refugee camps in Coastal Budget are extremely dense, with shelters made of bamboo and plastic sheets located very close to one another. These conditions increase the risk of fires, violence, and disasters. So fires has repeatedly destroyed shelters and displaced thousands of refugees, further worsening their vulnerability. So this is also the living standard, living patterns also creates a kind of sense of state of insecurity. Women and girls, in particular, face safety concern is also one form of insecurity. Inadequate lighting in the camp, limited privacy in sanitation facilities, and overcrowded environment increase the risk of harassment and gender-based violence. So in many cases, women avoid using sanitation facilities due to safety fears, which negatively affects their health and dignity. Overall, the combination of quote-unquote criminal networks, quote-unquote militant influence, overcrowded living conditions, gender-related vulnerabilities create a complex security dynamics in the refugee camps. And also a lot of issues, particularly this criminal activities, quote unquote, this because we usually very skeptical of when to use the kind of militant kind of crime or criminals. It's because there's like a lot of political dynamics, social dynamics. So this has a different agenda, but I'm just trying to give you kind of feel what we are actually dealing with here. And also the livelihood approaches at the beginning, I say, while limited livelihood approaches can contribute to insecurity, reverse relations also true, because security challenges further restrict economic opportunities for the refugees. Like first, ongoing violence and criminal activities discourage humanitarian organizations and development agencies from expanding livelihood programs in certain areas. Security risks can limit access to camps or disrupt projects aimed at improving income generation. So it's actually vice versa. So I want to just conclude saying what actually at the beginning I say. This research fundamentally, the objectives of this research is to explore whether providing limited livelihood strategies could really reduce the potential security dynamics, because we know that this, of course, Dr. Madhu said in his talk that if we allow, this is state's perspective, if we allow employment, they will settle and never go back. This is a kind of, there's a lot of justification of saying so. If you find a better opportunity to stay here, why should you go back? So it can create a different kind of complex relations. But still, in our research, we try to understand on the humanitarian ground. At the same time, we are trying to, since international support base is gradually reducing, we are trying to explore something whether limited livelihood strategies state could provide, which could actually support even the better living conditions for the Rohingya people in the camp. So I will conclude in a way. The Rohingya refugee in Bangladesh, crisis in Bangladesh highlights the complex relationship between security issues and livelihood conditions. That's what we found in our research. In humanitarian settings, limited access to employment, food insecurity, and economic hardship create vulnerabilities that can contribute to crime, trafficking, other security challenges within the refugee camps. At the same time, insecurity and instability further restrict livelihood opportunities and hinder development activities. Addressing these interconnected challenges requires coordinated efforts from the government of Bangladesh, international organizations, and the global partners. Expanding livelihood opportunities, improving camp security, and ensuring sustainable humanitarian assistance are essential steps towards stabilizing conditions in the camp. Ultimately, the long-term resolution to the Rohingya crisis depends on addressing the root causes of displacement and enabling refugees to return safely and with dignity to their homeland in Myanmar. Until then, providing both security and livelihood in Bangladesh remain a critical priority for protecting the well-being of the Rohingya population, maintaining regional stability, and also the goodwill and image of Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nasiruddin. Actually, Professor Nasir, Dr. Jainuddin, me, Dr. Fakrul, we were moving around all the camps in Cox's Bazar, especially the Rohingya camp. So the insights from Professor Nasiruddin is basically from the root. However, income generating activities is very important, though they are not officially permitted over there. I don't know, maybe some input to the policymakers. However, in this connection, may I request Dr. Khalid Kausar, Executive Director, GCERF Geneva, Switzerland, to have a discussion on the whole topic.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I shall be brief because we have a number of very distinguished speakers still to come this morning. Good morning to all of you. My name, as you've heard, is Khalid Kosa. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Community Engagement and Resilience Fund, GCERF. GCERF is the global fund for preventing violent extremism. I'd like to start by thanking the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and our Bangladeshi partners for hosting this very timely and important discussion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after nearly 80 years, the Rohingya crisis is no longer simply a humanitarian emergency. It is, in my opinion, a test of whether the international community can sustain stability in one of the world's largest protracted displacement situations. Let me begin by congratulating the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and its research partners for this excellent policy brief that you all have before you. What I particularly appreciate as both an academic and a practitioner is the methodological rigor behind the study. The mixed methods approach that we've heard about, combining quantitative surveys across the camps with qualitative fieldwork, provides exactly the kind of evidence base that we need to bridge the gap between research and policy. And the findings, I think, are very important. They remind us that insecurity in protracted displacement settings is not driven only by isolated incidents of violence, but by deeper structural conditions: exclusion, lack of livelihoods, and uncertainty about the future. Bangladesh, I have to say, holds a special place in GSURF's history. This was our first partner country in 2015, and for nearly a decade, we worked with Bangladeshi communities, including in Cox's Bazar, to strengthen resilience against violent extremism. I'd like in particular to acknowledge the presence of the former Foreign Secretary Shahid ul-Haq, a colleague and a friend who welcomed GSURF to this country in 2015 and very kindly served on our governing board for several years. During our time in Bangladesh, GSURF invested over $10 million, working with more than 40 local partners and reaching over 1.4 million people across this country in communities at risk of radicalization and recruitment. But I think more important than these numbers were the partnerships that we built, in particular with youth groups, religious leaders, and community institutions. One lesson we learned very clearly in Bangladesh is this: prevention works best when it is rooted in communities. We saw youth platforms, peace clubs, local leadership structures become powerful vehicles for resilience and social cohesion. And many of those networks, I'm delighted to report, are still active today. The Rohingya crisis, of course, presents a different context, but the underlying dynamics are similar. When people feel excluded, idle, and uncertain about their future, insecurity grows. The research being launched today makes exactly this point. Structural exclusion, limited mobility, lack of livelihoods, restricted participation strongly increases perceptions of insecurity in the camps. This is precisely where prevention can complement humanitarian assistance. Prevention can help people live with dignity, purpose, and hope. That means meaningful engagement for the youth, strengthening social cohesion with host communities, and supporting community leadership. And it means building resilience before crises escalate. For GSURF, Bangladesh remains an important partner. We are very keen to explore new collaboration on social cohesion and resilience in and around Rohingya camps, working, of course, closely with government, civil society, and international partners. It seems to me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that today's discussion is therefore not just about analyzing risks, it is about identifying practical pathways to strengthen stability and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very in-depth discussion. As you were saying, this is not only a humanitarian crisis in Bangladesh, it's a global problem. So may I request in this connection, Mr. Muhammad Mizanur Rahman, Commissioner RRRC, Cox's Bazar, to have his own discussion. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, still morning. Thank you very much for inviting me, very, very distinguished guests, panelists on the days, and also excellencies and very distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. So what the research findings were presented on the screen, and it was a bit shared with me also. Nothing is new to me. We know it. But the question is, the dilemma in the mind of the people like me, as a practitioner in the field, I have found that every question regarding the Rohingya has multiple yes, multiple no's. There is no straightway answer of any question. So a lot of dilemmas in our mind. That's the big problem. And for example, education. Government was so generous, allowing Myanmar curriculum to be studied in the camp. It's a very unique example so far. I don't know whether this sort of example is anywhere in the world. That one sovereign country is allowing another country's curriculum to be studied. But I did not find anyone praising this government stance. Rather, they are criticizing government not to have certification of the education. That's true. There is no certification system here because the authority is Myanmar. We are not the authority of Myanmar curriculum and we cannot provide this certification. But now, we are now getting the criticism instead of, praise for a structural exclusion. Camp by nature is a temporary arrangement. When it is camp everywhere, we used to be in the camp of Scout during our student life. It's 3 days camp. Camp by nature is a temporary arrangement. Now we are expecting many things will be happen in the camp. So unfortunately or fortunately, I was involved when the people started coming in 2017. I was in the field and we were instructed by the government to have a temporary settlement there, temporary in nature. Because we do not know what will happen on the other side of the Naf River. Still we do not know. And the whole research is completely separated from that. The research is on the effect, not on the cause. Cause is on the other side, effect is on our side. We are merely victim. And we are talking about the responsibilities of the victim. That's very interesting. So, we know the pros and cons. We know ifs and buts. But still, I believe camp situation is better than Rakhine. It based on evidence because in last week also, I had to receive more than 100 new arrivals from Rakhine. So camp situation is better than even Rakhine, but I don't find any research on Rakhine. How can we actually give them a structural inclusion in the Rakhine with Arakan Army, non-state actor or the government, Myanmar government? I don't find any research on that. And I believe Sasakawa Peace Foundation, they're a very strong organization and they have a very good leverage on Myanmar, particularly in Rakhine. I'll be very happy to receive such kind of research regarding the structural inclusion of the Rohingya people in Rakhine state. I can give you the security is a big concern in a country like Bangladesh. No way. The new government came with the commitment that we will ensure the security for the citizen. But I can tell you, 1.2 million people living in a very, very, bad situation under the tarpaulin within the 10 by 15 square feet area, and the difficult terrain across the border, and that border has been, infamous, historically infamous for drug dealing, and what is going on within the 5 kilometers. Still, in last January, there was no murder in the camp. So no one is praising that. And the people who came here, you're talking about the 70,000 youth. I think it's I don't know where have you found this data. 52% are below 18 years old. The population is 1.2, so more than half is young children. And many of them who are the age of 15 plus or even 10 plus, they have the trauma in their mind. They came with the memory of atrocities committed by their co-dwellers, society people, the military people. They came here with that trauma. And by this time, we have been trying to heal that trauma. Now children are playing. We had conducted several football tournaments, children tournaments, the Ramadan competition during this Ramadan. Very, very powerful competition we have conducted. And I found the joyful, people, all those competitions. That's what we are trying, but it's not sufficient, I understand. Bangladesh is not a rich country. Bangladesh is not a very, very, competent to provide the all needful to its citizen even. What about the Cox's Bazar population even in the Cox's Bazar area? Cox's Bazar is a pocket of poverty, pocket of malnutrition, So Cox's Bazar people are not that much richer, even richer than the Rohingya people. We are struggling to have a peaceful coexistence between the two communities. We are very, very careful about the humanitarian need of the people of Rohingya. We understand as a human being, we understand their agony. They do not have any future. And when people lost their future, they are becoming desperado, and a desperado can do anything or anything. That is the situation in the camp. But at the same time, this is not only a humanitarian crisis for Bangladesh. That has to be considered. It's not only a humanitarian crisis. It's a security and sovereignty crisis also for Bangladesh. So Bangladesh has to think on the matter from a holistic side. I believe the policymakers at Dhaka level will have their insights from this research. Thank you very much, the researchers, for doing a very wonderful job. Thank you from my side, from TRC office, from government also. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mizanur Rahman. Yes, I agree. The research basically done in Bangladesh are basically on the effect of the, crisis, but not on the causes. So this may be a new area of research for the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, as they are one of the leading organizations in the world. However, in this connection, may I request Mr. Tomohide Ichiguchi, Chief Executive Zaika International in Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, respected representatives from the government of Bangladesh, leaders from Sasakawa Peace Foundation and YPSA, members of diplomatic community, scholars, different partners, and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It is my honor to join today at this very important national seminar organized by Sasakawa Peace Foundation and YPSA. JICA in Japan, since 1973, we have been a committed development partners of Bangladesh, supporting the many different areas such as infrastructure, education, health, disaster risk reduction, governance, skill development, and so on and so forth. These sectors form the backbone
of resilience, providing communities with opportunities to thrive even during crisis. In Cox's Bazar, specifically, JICA has been implementing combination of long-term and short-term development projects, including strengthening local governance and service delivery, supporting health systems in Ukiah and Taknas, investing in disaster risk reduction, capacity development of government administration for refugee camp. We dispatched one Japanese expert to CCC, and infrastructure initiatives such as roads, markets, water systems, and cyclone shelters. The financial contribution for these efforts amounts to $330 million. And these efforts ease pressure on local institutions, residents, and help maintain social stability while supporting region's development trajectory. Allow me to emphasize JICA's approach in those efforts. The host community must remain a central focus of our support. The people of Cox's Bazar have shown extraordinary compassion, yet the influx has significantly altered their economic, environmental, and social landscape. JICA's work, whether in governance, health, WASH, or disaster risk reduction, has consistently prioritized strengthening resilience in these Bangladeshi communities. Supporting host communities is essential for social cohesion and peaceful coexistence. Although JICA's primary focus is host community population, we have recently expanded small-scale livelihood pilot initiatives in center camps, building on successful models tested in surrounding Bangladeshi communities. One compelling example comes from a homestead vegetable gardening activities. A mother in Camp 4 began growing vegetables using a very simple bamboo and vertical gardening techniques, supported with seedling, compost, and training through a JICA project. Within weeks, her shelter transformed into a small but thriving green space, bringing routine, hope, and purpose to her entire family. Her children helped her tend the planets, and neighbors sought to learn from her experience. This initiative did more than just introduce vegetables. It restored dignity, improved nutrition awareness, built community interest, and provided psychosocial benefits. It demonstrated how even modest livelihood activities can nurture resilience and reduce vulnerability. These efforts are limited in scale, but their impact goes beyond numbers. JICA strongly believes that livelihoods are stabilizing force. When individuals and families can engage in productive activities, the entire community benefits. Such activities also align with the vision of voluntary, safe, dignified repatriation, an outcome we all hope to see materialize when conditioned in Rakhine State alone. As we confront global uncertainties and shifting priorities, international support for Rohingya response must not diminish. Bangladesh has carried extraordinary responsibility on behalf of the world. It is essential that development partners continue to invest, innovate, and stand with both Rohingya host community and the Rohingya community as well. JICA remains fully committed to strengthening resilience in host communities, pursuing practical livelihood interventions, supporting essential services and local governance, working in partnership with government of Bangladesh, and finally, advocating for sustained global attention to Rohingya crisis. These are not competing priorities. Host community support and camp-based assistance can and must move forward together. In closing, I thank Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Young Power in Social Action YPSA for organizing this timely, very timely national seminar and for fostering dialogue among all stakeholders. Let us continue working together, guided by compassion, partnership, and shared responsibility to ensure stability, dignity, resilience for all communities in Cox's Bazar. Thank you very much. Onek Donovan.
Thank you very much, JICA country representative in Bangladesh. Now, may I request Ms. Noboko Kayashima, Executive Director, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, to have our presentation here.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Rashid Al Mahmood Titumir, the advisor to the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, I'd like to sincerely thank you all for joining us at this day-long seminar. Sasakawa Peace Foundation is a Japan-based private foundation and think and do tank, which undertake research, policy dialogues, and practical interventions across a range of thematic areas, including peace, security, international relations, maritime affairs in the world. The Rohingya crisis remains one of the most pressing humanitarian and security challenges in our region. Nearly 1.2 million Rohingya refugees continue to live in camps in Cox's Bazar, placing immense social, economic, and environmental pressure on Bangladesh, a country that demonstrated remarkable humanitarian leadership by hosting such a large displaced population. However, the protracted nature of this crisis raised critical concerns that extend beyond humanitarian assistance. A thorough assessment of the risk of violence within the camp is crucial to prevent security threats that could destabilize the regions and further strain Bangladesh's already limited resources. Addressing these risks requires not only immediate humanitarian support, but also long-term strategies that strengthen resilience, stability, and social cohesion within the camps. Unfortunately, in recent years, global attention has shifted towards other major crises around the world, including the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, as well as ongoing refugee challenges in Europe and Arab world. As a result, the Rohingya crisis has gradually faded from the forefront of the international agenda. This decline in global attention has also led to reduced donor support despite the continuing and urgent needs of the Rohingya population. Yet the livelihood challenges faced by Rohingya refugees remain profound. Without meaningful livelihood opportunities, the risks of insecurity, frustration, and social instability increases. Meanwhile, the burden of providing long-term support continues to fall disproportionately on the government and the people of Bangladesh, particularly as the prospects for voluntary, safe, and dignified repatriation remain uncertain. At the same time, the escalating internal conflict in Myanmar, where the military junta continues to confront various resistance groups, has created further uncertainty regarding the future of repatriation. This instability also poses broader security implications for South Asia, particularly for neighboring Bangladesh. In this challenging context, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, in collaboration with the Nippon Foundation, has been actively engaged in supporting efforts towards a peaceful resolution of Rohingya crisis since its onset. Our initiative includes dialogue facilitation, humanitarian engagement, and research aimed at understanding the security and peace-building dimensions of that complex issue. As part of this commitment, the peace-building program of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, in collaboration with Young Power in Social Action, commissioned a research project titled From Vulnerability to Resilience, Assessing Security Risks and the Role of Livelihoods in Rohingya Camps, covering the period April 2024 to March 2026. This research seeks to better understand the linkages between livelihood conditions, security risks, and resilience within the camps, with the aim of generating practical insights that can inform both policy and programming. The objective of today's seminar is to present and demonstrate the key findings of this research to relevant stakeholders, including policymakers, development practitioners, researchers, and members of civil society. Equally important, this seminar provides a valuable platform for constructive dialogue and expert feedback. Such discussions are essential to further strengthen the analysis and help translate research findings into evidence-based policy and programmatic recommendations. Ultimately, our collaborative goal is to contribute to pathways to ensure dignified, voluntary, and sustainable repatriation, while also exploring practical solutions that enhance resilience and stability in the interim. The Rohingya crisis is not solely a humanitarian issue. It is also a matter of regional peace, human security, and international responsibility. Addressing it effectively will require renewed global attention, sustained donor engagement, and stronger regional cooperation. I hope that today's discussion will contribute meaningfully to advancing these efforts. Finally, I would like to congratulate the research team led by Dr. Emadul Islam and represented today by Dr. Mohammed Zainuddin, Dr. Hannah Reza, and Dr. Naziruddin for their extensive efforts and impactful. I am also grateful to our collaborator organizations, YPSA, for their enormous support and wonderful work. Thank you for your attention, and I wish the seminar very success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Executive from Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Yes, we are agreed, as you said, repatriation is pretty important, the main concern. But thing is that, as Mr. Mizanur Rahman said, we are always, we're working on the effect of Rohingya crisis, but there is no study, internationally or nationally about the causes of Rohingya crisis. So we must have some focus on the causes of Rohingya crisis back in Myanmar. so that we can have some input for the repatriation process or the policy. However, before going to the chief guest discussion, as you see that Dr. Rashid Al-Titumir is supposed to be the chief guest in this session, but he will be coming in the next session. So in this session, Mr. Asad Al-Siam, Honorable Secretary to Bangladesh Government Foreign Affairs, he will be the chief guest. So before going to his discussion, may I request the floor to have some questions if you have, if you don't mind. So you can ask any question to all the panelists here. Any question? Please. Bonoto, can you please help with the mic, please? We'll have next 10 to 15 minutes for the question answer session, and then we'll go to the chief guest discussion.
Thank you, sir. We would like to welcome the research title from Vulnerability to Resilience by Sasakawa Peace Foundation and IPSA. Thank you very much for organizing the timely this type of important research for our country. It is important for the stakeholder in Bangladesh to acknowledge and appreciate the critical role that digital inclusion, because I found one thing there, and government of Bangladesh has started already to provide the SIM card to the Rohingya community. Playing in displacement setting, it does not begin and end with the mobile SIM only. In the Rohingya context in Bangladesh, digital inclusion means at least 5 things. Number 1, legal and usable identity. Number 2, access to trusted information in the era of the information integrity. Third one is continuity of education. Fourth one is access to safe payment and service in line with the mobile financial services. And last one is the protection from the online and technology facilitated gender-based violence. Because research already says categorically violence are there. If those dimensions are absent, refugees are not merely offline. They are locked out of assistance, opportunity and voices. But voices should be heard. Thank you very much.
I work in action in Bangladesh, particularly working with young people and the climate justice. So my question is that we are working in the camp and the host community to promote the peace and social cohesion. We see this growing concern in between the camps and host community. So the question is, how do we see the existing fragile situation can be improved with the participation of the young people of the camp and the host community with the planned activities by the government and the engaging the other NGOs and civil society organizations. And how do we see? I know even if this research has been, we have seen the 3 theoretical background that has been said already. However, I want to see how the human rights principles are being behind of this theoretical notion that you have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Yes, as I already said in my presentation as well as my co-researchers' presentation, that we need to work on to improve the current, what I would say that the host communities are getting increasingly frustrated and worried about, as I said, the relative number and size and the growth of the Rohingya population. So we need to work to, and we need to find ways, explore ways to find how we can strengthen the relationship between refugees and host communities, how we can strengthen the social cohesion. So we need to explore ways how we can create opportunities for people from both the communities to interact so that they can have more, they can exchange views from each other, and they can deal with the frustrations and other grievances that can be solved together. So we can arrange more interactive sessions, and we can allow the Rohingya people to interact with the host communities in various ways. So this is one of the key findings of our research, that it is important to improve the social cohesion between these 2 communities. So, okay, thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. Yeah, next.
Mohammad Delaware, Executive Director, South Asia Partnership Bangladesh. Firstly, I would like to extend special thanks and gratitude to the organizers of this seminar because this is a very timely seminar. The discussions and recommendations I heard all very carefully, and I have two recommendations. Number one, Government of Bangladesh and the international communities should increase their initiatives to shift the Rohingya communities from Bangladesh to their home country. Number two, in the meantime, for the livelihood of the Rohingya communities, Government of Bangladesh and international communities should increase their efforts so that they can live with their full requirements, such as food, shelter, education, and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Prashad, we met several times in Washington, D.C. and in Dhaka over the G7 things. And I fully agree with most of the recommendations that came out of this study. But I myself, being an experimental methodologist, I have several issues to raise, and not to contradict this study, perhaps to supplement this study. Now, the whole specter of securitization that this panel has brought in is largely linked to three fundamental problems. The first problem is our lack of understanding of the scale of economy that this particular community has over the population in Bangladesh. Because if you see from the skills building prism, and I fully agree with RRC in this matter, when you look into 52% of total population below 18, largely gives you one key question that when we talk about the skills building for who? Now, if you look at from the national economic perspective, you get to see you have a huge surplus of labor, you have a huge number of unemployment, and the moment you go for skills development, the rhetoric immediately changes. This is where the political comment comes in. So this particular study essentially misses on that political economic part, and I hope in the next time, in your next study, you should focus on that how this particular gap between the market that exists and the market that is surplus and the skills we are talking about. Now, the right thing what RRC has mentioned, that we have this for the Myanmar economy. And this is where the second issue comes within that economic spectrum, is the issue of the regional economy. Are the Chinese interested in these skills because they have a huge infrastructure projects going on? Are the Japanese? Are the Indians? Or perhaps if you see it from Assam's point of view or Tripura's point of view, immediately these people will be considered as a security risk because this employment has a spillover effect in these countries. Henceforth, the populist agenda will come in. So this is the second problem. The third problem, this is where I think we have the strength, and that is to do with Myanmar economy. You have rightly mentioned about the food security in Myanmar. That is absolutely the case. I mean, if you look at why this food security is happening, is it a famine? Is it a shortage of food? It is not. It is the shortage of labor that is contributing to the shortage of food. Now, when you have the shortage of labor, it means you need labor. Now, this is where the diplomacy comes in. This is where the market comes in. This is where your skills building processes should focus on. The second thing is the great thing that this particular panel has talked about is not really focusing on every humanitarian approach, but rather they're trying to find out solutions beyond the humanitarian approach. This is where Dr. Kosher's point comes in. The youth, the uncertainty, inclusion, and then of course resilience. Now this is where, how do we bring it? Now when you look into the resilience question, this is again your security issues come. If you look at Rakhine, the problem in social cohesion, or perhaps the resilience, is not related to what Arakan Army is doing or Junta is doing. It is more to do how Bangladesh is being seen. I mean, I can just give you a cliche that as often I get to hear from my friends in Myanmar that Bangladesh has become the western gate of Islamization. And if you look at the Arakan Army literature, you will find it quite often. But at the same time, The problem is more greater with this nationalist approach toward this problem. But if you just cross the border, come to Bangladesh, the same problem is considered as identity resource crisis complex. So that means the identity remains as the fundamental problem over there, and when identity is being translated on the other side of Rakhine, what you get to see is the right to have access to land. And this is where nobody is talking about, because once, if you look at the Burmese land reform, the land laws are pathetic in a sense. I mean, I would rather focus on the land reform in Myanmar than the identity reform. For obvious reason, because even identity can be compromised, but land and livelihood cannot be compromised. So once you evacuate the land, that land automatically becomes the property of the regimes over there. So even if you send them back, what are they going to do? Now the third issue is when you look into the food insecurity issues inside the camp, if you look at that, this is where another problem comes in. I mean, somebody who has talked about, I think RRC has rightly talked about, that we have done we have touched every stones about the Rohingya issue in Bangladesh, and largely, pathetically, perception surveys. But what we haven't really understood, what the Rakhine community actually needs from Bangladesh. Now, I had the privilege of meeting my friends over the other side of the border, or perhaps those who are in London and Washington. The issue is they really look forward to Bangladesh providing political economy support, not the security support. What is the political economy support? Rakhine doesn't have a civil society. Rakhine doesn't have an NGO capacity. Rakhine doesn't have the alternate structure which they're trying to promote and Arakan Army is trying to promote. That's where we need to factor in, not only us, but with the international community. Look at how many times Mr. Sasakawa has visited Myanmar. More than 100 times, if it is a conservative estimation. The very simple reason is to ceasefire, and ceasefire for what? For the stability. Now, if you look at what is happening in Myanmar right now, I'm sorry, I apologize for taking time because I thought that this is important because Foreign Secretary himself has kindly increased this particular event. So one critical issue is that when we look into the diplomatic prism, the main issue that we have to look into that how the international community can look into the stabilization process first. And I think this is where Dr. Kosha's expertise would have definitely come in. That whole stabilization approach, if we don't take it from Bangladesh's side, if we don't take it in neighbors with the international community, perhaps we will not be going anywhere. So with that note, my last point about this particular study is where we are talking about policy. This is where, again, RRC comes in, and I think RRC has rightly touched it. We have always seen it from a very security prism. These days we are seeing it from a market prism. I think my great friend Bozdukai has rightly mentioned the digital inclusion. But all these inclusions are everything is fine. But how do you use this inclusivity meaningful for the other side of the border? And that's exactly where we are not working. So therefore my suggestion that in your revised recommendations, please do include that. Cox's Bazar, we understand very well. Mongdu, we understand. Buthiron, we understand. What will happen if Sikpay falls tomorrow in the hands of the Chinese and the Punjas? Will Arakan Army be still the relevant agency? So I think those scenario plannings are very much completed. With that note, thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. We have noted all of your points.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Khan. Yes, we are here just synthesis report and your variable comments. We also consider points we designed, and all of this incorporated in our report. So I come to the point of our action how to develop this cohesions. So fundamentally, it's the trust building. So it's need the host community trust building. So this is the first priority, and how can we build the trust? At the very beginning, we Bangladeshi are very much sympathizers to onboard them, So now international community need to do something for our host communities that they didn't feel that is the burden. That's the one fundamental things. I just would like to add with Professor Dr. Shahabinam that we should analyze what is the need, what the expectations. The theoretically wants never be satisfied until death. So when we are talking in the humanitarian ground with the Rohingya, they're asking very, very sensitive desire. That is, I would like to informally share, their mind is that way, even they're relevant to our independence. So we get the support from India. Why not we are supporting them to return them in the, what did I say, in Myanmar. So in one research can fulfill the everything, and my position is we never ever say to Tripura and the Bangladesh government didn't do anything. We start with that, it is the burden. So we clarify that, and international community already clarified that Bangladesh did outstanding job with those people. So, but we are thinking Bangladesh should not be victimized for these people in the security ground. And not only Bangladesh, even in the Myanmar, even in the all. We just would like to ensure the welfare and peaceful life and their rights. So thank you so much. So Professor Nasir, maybe 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I just will take a couple of bullet points of my friends and Professor Khan. Thank you so much. You actually have brought a lot of issues, and a lot of issues are actually out of our research stage and research focus. So I'm just trying to stop you. Yeah, the national economy, when Rohingya people, particularly in 2017 and 10, according to joint defense plans, action international communities going at more than 97%. But after 8 years, according to the joint response to Bangladesh demands, Bangladesh received less than 50%. So gradually, the international humanitarian aid is supposed to reduce. So that's one of the reasons why it should be research whether we really think of providing limited level strategies so that the aid dependency. So that's constitutional number one. And of course, when we talk about land repatriation, bringing back, sending back to Dhaka, Myanmar situations were, and also I just go to our GPRC. Yes, we have done a lot of research on other side of Africa. And you already gave us permission that we're working on genocide denial and the non-recognitions, particularly of genocide denial. And we also part another colleague, we're part of this ICD trial. We're involved in what's happening actually on the other side of Africa. Just to respond to your questions, what's the Myanmar current situations? Our army is claiming that they occupied almost 90% of the entire state. And given the context, keeping normal diplomatic relations with Myanmar, Bangladesh is trying around the army because it doesn't feel to be announced. At the same time, actually, the government has no operating stage to execute the decision without the consent, without the support of our economy. And even our current status in the society, when you have national development and conflict around dignity minister for human rights for the human community, and all our kind of civil society seriously objected they stress the objections that now. And Rohingya identifies as a problem. Also, we talk about land tenure, land resources, and we know there's a lot of global players in that. You know, China has invested over $7.3 billion for that, extensive economic zone. And I was seeing that there are a lot of global players. I would say just not actually part of that. The rest of them become the actual, most important last one is that community. And you know, the time when I was talking about, that's working at Washington DC, and Bristol Center. But my findings was what is international community? There's a lot of different history in international community. There is no international community. In terms of refugee management and billings, what's the role of international community? Just to give a kind of good one, my findings was that there's solid research and can find good. The international community is inconsistent and unstable in addressing refugee situation around the world. In 2017, Rohingya crisis started, international community moved to Africa. And when after refugee crisis started, international community moved to Afghanistan. And when Ukrainian refugee crisis started, international community moved to Ukrainian refugee, right? That we don't think that international community should be stick to a particular place. The sun is that international community moves from one place to other place without, solving the problem. That's the one who following the 1951 Refugee Convention of 1967 protocol, now more people are citizens, more people are not citizens, more people are refugees, more people are living in camp. So there's a big, problems in all international humanitarian and protection regimes. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Professor Nasiruddin. I think we should finish the open discussion now because we are about to 1 o'clock. So in this connection, may I request our chief guest here, Mr. Asad Al-Siam, Honorable Secretary of the Foreign Ministry, Government of Bangladesh, to have his discussion, our presentation. Please.
Thank you. Madam Kayashima, Triple RC, research presenters and discussant, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. At the outset, I thank you, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and the Young Power in Social Action for organizing this seminar on Rohingya issue. Rohingya crisis originated in the Dhaka state of Myanmar, and its solution lies there. Finding a durable resolution to this protracted crisis will remain one of the top priorities of Bangladesh. The Rohingya people were systematically persecuted and subjected to genocidal violence. As a result, they had to flee from their ancestral homes in Myanmar to Bangladesh to save lives despite resource constraint. The government and people of Bangladesh have stood beside them purely on a humanitarian ground. At present, around 1.2 million Rohingyas are temporarily sheltered in the camps in Cox's Bazar and Bhashanchar. Bangladesh is sharing its limited resources with them, which could otherwise be utilized for her own people. Bangladesh, therefore, is the biggest contributor to their living here. Now, please allow me to shed light on our take on this policy brief. Frankly speaking, camp-centric focus on the Rohingya issue is misleading and problematic for Bangladesh. Hence, any suggestion or conception on long-term settlement in Bangladesh is not acceptable to us, because this will encourage the genocidal criminals to expel the very last few of the Rohingyas from their homes in Rakhine. And with this, ethnic cleansing agenda of the Myanmar military will be completed. We cannot let that happen. The policy brief places strong emphasis on concepts such as structural exclusion, structural vulnerabilities, and restricted opportunities within the camps. Those are rationalized through the lens of the Rohingya representatives. Such conceptions undermine the generosity and humanitarian support being provided by the locals and Bangladesh. We are pretty sure that many of the developed countries in the world would dare to open their borders like Bangladesh to accommodate such a large-scale arrival on their land. So far, only 6,619 Rohingyas are resettled from the camps in other countries, which is, as you understand, insignificant as compared to 1.2 million Rohingyas. The challenges and security concern of the host community have been portrayed at minimal level. Demographic imbalance, ecological collapse, social polarization, and resource constraints deserve due focus. Further flashpoints over land, water, and fuel in an increasingly scarce environment are missing. Colleagues, the Rohingya people, with a memory of horrors of genocidal atrocities and long-standing social and economic persecution, are severely traumatized. Their psychological stress to the camp structure would therefore pre-originated before even coming to the camps. There is no barrier to social mingling within the community. So the insecurity perception originating to psychological stress and social cohesion may not be huge. If that has been the case, we would not have been receiving the Rohingyas every day from Rakhines even now. 18.7% Bangladeshis live below poverty line, and a large number of people are unemployed. So if the Rohingyas are added to our own job market, that is bound to create tension with the host communities, leading to their psychological stress. We do not discourage with the policy brief on youth vulnerability as a concern. The international community can help develop portable skills that match with the labor market and economy of Myanmar. But please also note that we need to create a conducive political environment in Rakhine where Rohingyas will be allowed to enter into their job market. If that is not achieved, as it was in the past, what would they do with their acquired livelihood skills? We are talking here about converting fishermen and farmers into factory workers without factories in Dhaka. Joint Response Plan does address the gender-specific protection challenges. Because of the decline of in donor fund, such projects may see enclosures soon. On access of the camp-based products to the local market, we have apprehension. We fear that such linkages may discourage the Rohingyas to return home and act as a pull factor for the rest of the Rohingyas to come to Bangladesh. Process of SIM registration requires national identification number, and Rohingyas still do not have that. Recently, we have piloted to issue 10,000 SIMs to them and upskill it if the experience is productive. Dear friends, the Rohingya crisis is a regional cross-border issue where there are many actors and factors. So their insecurity in the camps neither depend nor can be solved by Bangladesh alone. Therefore, the recommendations have to be calibrated towards the goal of repatriation to Myanmar and regional factors. Otherwise, it will remain ineffective. That needs to be coupled with the security challenges in Rakhine as well. Narcotics, human trafficking, digital scamming, all have vectors beyond the camps, beyond our borders, originating from the other side of the porous border. To address that, we need regional collaborative efforts. To sum up, camps cannot be seen in isolation, but in the context of what happens on the other side of the border. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh remains committed to its humanitarian responsibilities pertaining to the Rohingya population, and we welcome all constructive discussions and suggestions. Prior to concluding, let me thank the donors and stakeholders for being with the Rohingyas in their difficult times and sharing the huge burden with Bangladesh. The meaningful future of the Rohingyas should be in Rakhine, not here, and together we need to ensure their repatriation, even if it seems to be a myth now, and convert it into a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We are almost at the end of our presentation ceremony in this session. So before that, may I request Dr. Arifur Rahman, Chief Executive IPSA, to have the concluding remarks. Dear Excellencies, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. we will have prayer breaks and some lunch for the non-fasting participants. And please, may I request all of you to be present here by 2 o'clock. Dr. Arifur Rahman.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, Excellencies, senior officials from Government of Bangladesh, colleagues from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, dear researcher, and friends from the development sector. I want to take a moment as we wrap up this national seminar's first session to consider where we stand both in this room and on the ground. Young Power in Social Action is renownedly known as a IPSA. We started our journey in 1985. So as a Bangladeshi NGO, headquarters is in Chittagong City, has been present since the first day of the influx in 2017, when the first groups of Rohingya families entered Coxbazar border areas. We arrived with the people, so we were not late. We have been actively involved in the Rohingya response for more than 8 years, and we continue to be embedded in the camps and the host communities on a daily basis. This provides us with a specific viewpoint. When we hear the research findings that Dr. Imadul Islam and Dr. Jainuddin presented findings that discuss psychosocial distress, structural exclusion, and the limited impact of current livelihoods, we see this as the everyday realities of the people we serve, not just as factors. These discussions we have heard this morning included the insightful remarks from our distinguished guest and the chief guest, remind us that the path from vulnerability to resilience is long, but it is not impossible. Now the evidence is on our table. This first session message is very clear. Containment is not enough to keep things stable. We need to make investments in youth engagement, psychosocial support, meaningful economic participation, and individual dignity. IPSA, as Bangladeshi local organization, remains committed to this cause. We are proud to co-organize this event with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and we look forward to the high-level panel discussion in the next session, where we hope these insights will translate into actionable commitments. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone, our distinguished speakers, our panelists, and especially the audience for your time, your attention, your active participation in this morning. Your presence here demonstrates a shared commitment to finding solutions. Let's get back together for session 2 with renewed vigor. So thank you. So see you in the next session.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon and Ramadan Kareem. We are moving immediately into the second session, security challenges and durable solution to the Rohingya crisis, hosted by Sasakawa Peace Foundation and IPSA. To save this time, let us briefly meet our distinguished speakers who bring diverse expertise to this crisis. We have Dr. Imadul Islam, Senior Research Fellow and Fulbright Scholar from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. We have Chief Guest, Dr. Rashid Al Mahmoud Titomid, Honorable Advisor to the PM of Bangladesh. Dr. Khalid Kosser, Executive Director, GCERF, Geneva, Switzerland. Professor Dr. Niaz Ahmed Khan, Vice Chancellor, University of Dhaka. Dr. Shahab Anam Khan, Professor, Jahangirnagar University. Rear Admiral Muhammad Khurshid Alam, Director, CBBO's IUB. Mr. Ivo Faisand, UNHCR Country Representative, Bangladesh. His Excellency Naoki Takahashi, Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission, Japan Embassy to Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Dr. Imadul Islam to kindly accompany the honorable guest and take their seats on the stage. Dr. Imadul Islam. Honorable speakers and guests are requested to come on the stage and take their seats. Let us congratulate our guests with a round of applause. So let's start. We would like to invite Dr. Imadul Islam, Fulbright Scholar and Senior Research Fellow, to deliver his welcome speech. Dr. Imadul Islam.
Thank you so much. Welcome again, our honorable chief guest of these sessions. He will join little bit late, probably in 3 p.m. So, in addition to this, all of our distinguished guests in here, our panelists, our delegates from different organizations. Again, thank you for this high-level panel discussion on security challenges and durable solution to the Rohingya crisis. It is my privilege today to facilitate as a moderator, since there is all of panelists invited today. They have a very distinguished career and contributions in the refugee crisis issue in their career. At the very beginning, I would like to start with some context setting of these discussions. This is very much, what would I say, in the panel discussion type, each of our panelists will give at least 10-minute remarks. So we already provided certain question, but they also feel free to deliver their own opinion in the relevant subject. So from the morning discussions and those who are joining just now, we all know what we are talking today. So it's about the Rohingya crisis. It's about the people who have experienced the ethnic cleansing, and now they are in Bangladesh, in Cox's Bazar. It's about 1.4 million populations, and every day is increasing the number. But this is not just only start in 2017. It's near about 1978. The key influx, and also the different time panel, they fleet from the Myanmar to Bangladesh, since and the borderline is very close to, and the major influx is 2017. So we all know the story. So why we'd like to share it, that is, in the last 40 to 45 years, the Bangladesh community, not only the international community, failed to ensure their rights, ensure their human rights and justice for this community. So far, still this problem is alive, and it's going to concern that our study that we finding sure today, that is our security concern. So security, it's not only, it's a broad terminology, it's not only the traditional security we are thinking. There are many non-traditional security. There are many items. So at the very beginning, in our first session, that I mentioned that what is the main challenges for the Bangladesh or the South Asian countries adjacent to the Bay of Bengal. So in my point of view, we are thinking that these 1.2 million or 1.4 million populations life and livelihood. So this is some of the parameter. We know that what's happening in the Rohingya camp. Again, we are trying to crystallize that is a Rohingya crisis, is the humanitarian crisis. And also there were some of the issues immediately after the COVID-19 situations. And also several times there were some of the natural disasters struck in the Rohingya camps, and also some of the unwanted things like fire and uneven hazards happening on those items. And so the question is again the repatriation. It just only now in the last 45 years, it's just only a dream. Yes, 45 years is a long period of time from the 1978 to now. As our CCC commissioner already mentioned that out of this 1.4 million population, 52% are youth. Yes, even we know this data, and this is kind of youth generations. They are growing up without their dream and without their securing life. So it's also terminalized as a lost generations. As our study and this high-level panel discussion is relevant to our research, and our research, we found that structural exclusions is a strong predictor of latent security risks among Rohingya refugees. So also the key findings is the higher levels of structural inclusions, including restricted mobility, limited income opportunities, and barriers of economic participation are significantly associated with the high security risks. And our qualitative insight that we found Rohingya people have a strong determination return to the repatriations, return to their land. We don't like to give you any blame to the Bangladesh government. We are sincerely acknowledged Bangladesh government along with international community. All of the countries, they are acknowledged it. Bangladesh did a tremendous job for keeping this burden. Along with this, here is also the one policy tensions that the government narratives that is now or last couple of years that if we allow their employment, they will settle and never go back. These are some of the context-specific things. I think that our expert panel is here. So panelists, they will discuss in their own viewpoint in some of the items. But our main discussion point, we would like to at least more specific in some of the items like what immediate diplomatic and legal steps are needed to advance repatriations. As you remember that everybody are talking about the only one solution is voluntary, peace, and dignified repatriations. And how can the international community reprioritize the Rohingya crisis amid completing global emergencies? And what concrete measures, whether through diplomatic pressures, sanction, or international accountability mechanism, can the international community realistically pursue to compel the Myanmar and ensure safe, voluntary, and dignified repatriations? Within this, may I request our first panelist, our very respected Professor Muhammad Niaz Ahmed Khan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Dhaka. So we'd like to ask the sir in a certain, from his experience in the livelihood and any other aspects in the last couple of decades in the development field, that conditions in the Rohingya camps remain precarious with limited access to education, healthcare, and social cohesion. What do he see as the most pressing challenge?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. truly humbled to be standing before you. It's not every day that you find so many professionals under one roof. Distinguished panelists and the esteemed audience. I've been asked to focus on the challenges faced by the Rohingya crisis. I'm not sure where to begin and where to end. This is often dubbed to be one of the most wicked problems that refugee studies have ever confronted. If you want to list challenges, it will be legion, literally numerous. Just to give you a bit of a context, which continuing from the discussion that Dr. Imad just begun. The number, literally growing by hours, not day, hours. We now have the official statistics is about 1.18 million. The unofficial figure puts it to 1.51 million. We have got serious problems in terms of rehabilitation. If you want to make some broad divisions, let's begin with repatriation. The official policy is that voluntarily this population will go back. You immediately see a contradiction. On the other hand, we are providing them with a whole range of livelihood training. I'm going to come back to it in a minute. When you are equipping people with long-term livelihood skills training, the idea is that you are seeing a future for them. So this is clearly paradoxical. So let's focus with repatriation for a minute. Practically, the situation is in a limbo. We call it, to be more academically precise, a riddle for which you don't have a quick fix solution. Let's mention some quick milestones. 2017, we tried the first bipartisan repatriation agreement. We didn't make much progress. And this time we attributed the failure to military violence in Rakhine. Then we tried 2020 and 2021, another series of China, Bangladesh, Myanmar dialogues. Again, this time symbolic progress, officially said, not substantial impact, whatever that means. Symbolic progress, not substantive impact. Then we began exploration through the international organizations, UN, ICG, OIC, and Asian. This time, the good thing is we've been able to pass the message on to a wider community that we are faced with one of the most protracted refugee crises ever faced in the world. I think that message has gone internationally to an extent. That has been the relative success. Other than that, not much headway. That's the repatriation status. 3 quick conclusions. Number 1, the domestic development in Myanmar. Protracted armed conflicts, ethnicity, and the internal divides. National unity government versus the junta. all have a role to play. None of this is in our control. Each of this has a direct effect on the crisis. Secondly, the Rakhine state particularly has become volatile over the last 7 years, intensely volatile, practically a no man's territory. And again, we are being affected almost on a daily basis with no control whatsoever. The third factor is wider, the external geopolitical climate. India, China, of course, coming in as the big player. We are trying to position ourselves in this hugely complex interplay of geopolitics. Often we are being sucked into the vortex of politics, okay, without even knowing where we are heading. That's the situation. Now, it might sound a bit pessimistic. And if I'm sounding pessimistic, I apologize. When you talk about Rohingya crisis in this country, especially with experts sitting in this room, I know many of you personally. I always appreciate your contribution. It's difficult to hold on, cling on to hope, okay, when you are faced with a formidable crisis like this, where you don't actually have any quick fix solution, even a reasonably long-term solution in sight. Now, let me focus on the livelihood part of the challenges very briefly. And as I said, you begin with a fundamental contradiction. In one hand, we are saying that the community must go back. On the other hand, the kind of input in livelihood that we are providing essentially sets the stage for long-term occupation of this community. That's the reality. In fact, this is one area we have done relatively well in terms of imparting livelihood-related training. Let me give you one or two examples. Most of you are aware of it. Skills development and livelihood sector development project, relatively well functioning. Technical and mechanical support, solar installation, maintenance, etc. Handicrafts and textile, services and health. Good methodical approach to livelihood training. But it raises, as I said, a contradiction in terms of the policy. It also raises another moral and ethical issue. You have got the local, the host communities, equally deserving and demanding. We are providing this service, of course, focused on the camps, and we are not being able to include the host community. The welcoming attitude that you found, especially during the 90s, let's say during 90s and early 2000s, in most cases, these are turning into, if not outright hostility, conflict is visible now among host and the refugee communities. Another major dimension that we need to think of. It is taking a toll on environment. Just to give you one or two quick statistics, you know this already. We have lost about 6,164 acres of pristine forest land. Official record. Unofficial statistics always put the figure at a higher level. The whole range of security issues, hardcore security issues, including the use of narcotics, mafia-like conflicts. Some of these are deeply rooted into society, the local community. I'm going to stop there because I don't want to sound too pessimistic at this stage. So, is there any silver lining in at all? Is there any hope anywhere? Four. Number one, I think we now have a better understanding of the extent, the magnitude, the overall complexity of this issue. And thanks to the more rigorous academic and operational research. Thanks to some of you, if I could name you personally, you would have been verified. The people sitting here in the panel and in front of you, who have contributed to this better understanding. And by extension, the relative success that we now have, the international forum, some broad-based understanding and awareness of this crisis. Far from a comprehensive understanding, but some limited success. It has been achieved through this kind of research and better exploration. The livelihood program, especially the Bhashan Shore, although it's just about 8,000 families we are dealing with. But if you look at it from an experimental perspective, I think we are following a good model there. The other big crisis, now we understand clearly, we haven't found a quick solution. How do you link with the supply chain? You provide these excellent trainings, but they don't have the avenue. You provide them with good, smart agricultural training. Where are they going to actually apply it? How do you link them with the supply chain? If you link them well with the supply chain, then the next question is, how are you dealing with the host community? Equally deserving people not being included. I'm going to stop there. It has been an absolute pleasure. If I knew the solutions to this problem, I would not have been here. I can only identify the problems. Okay. Solutions to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Professor Dr. Mohammed Azam Khan. You rightfully mentioned that the situation in the Myanmar and even the Rakhine areas are still volatile. And if you would like to do something for their peaceful repatriations, also need to consider that issues, how to convince the Myanmar government to ensure it. I would like to share something here. We are honored to have Professor Dr. Shukumar Borwa with today, and he has been awarded the Independence Award, the most prestigious award in 2026. From our side, sir, congratulations for joining. Yes. For joining us with this important dialogue, and we are really appreciate for your thoughts. So, in our discussions, may I request Professor Dr. Shahabinam Khan. He's a professor of Jahangirnagar University. I request his remarks should contain the Rohingya crisis is no longer confined within Myanmar and Bangladesh, but has wider regional security implications. And how can the regional organizations like BIMSTEC, ASEAN, and the regional actors like Japan, India, China, and other countries play a role to sustainable solutions? So, Professor Dr. Shahabinam Khan, your remarks for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss a very critical issue about the Rohingya refugee crisis. And perhaps this is one of the defining crisis in the region that often gets lost in what we call political translation when it comes to regional relationships. I mean, this is a crisis that is not Bangladesh specific. Of course, Bangladesh bears the most hardened burden of this entire problem. But at the same time, this is a problem that stretches beyond Myanmar. It has touched China, Northeast India for sure, and then Thailand bears a lot of problem out of this particular conflict ecosystem. And perhaps it is much more looking like a perennial conflict ecosystem in the neighborhood. Now, before I get into what Professor Imdad has mentioned, and most importantly, I'd like to express that this is a great pleasure to share this particular panel with Professor Niaz Ahmed Khan, who's my teacher, as well as the Vice Chancellor of Dhaka University, and most importantly, my friend Khaled Kosher and UNHCR representative, and of course, the former Foreign Secretary Khurshid Alam sir, and DCM Naukisa. Now, this is an important event. Why I mark it as an important event? Because what you are seeing is the making of a post-liberal world order. And let me start with that. The very reason I will explain why I started with this post-liberal global order is where you are going to see everything becoming transactional. It is not that it was not transactional. Now it is officially transactional, with the US having national security strategy, the Chinese having holistic security concepts, and then what you have seen stretching all the way from Ukraine to Gaza to what you are now seeing in the Gulf. That means the world will continue to have a new kind of relationship where you are going to see multilateralism being much more weakened than ever. Is it a good news or a bad news? Absolutely, it's a pathetic news. But at the same time, we're also going to see the erosion of international law and the very habit that we had earlier to rely on multilateralism, international institutionalism, or perhaps our great faith on international law is perhaps going to be very, very precarious in the coming years. Now, that's where exactly our relationship has to be defined and redefined when it comes to the conflict ecosystem in Myanmar. The Chinese will always have a very transactional relationship with Myanmar because of the precise reason the way the global geopolitics is changing. Thailand will also have to recalibrate its relationship with Myanmar. Bangladesh is most certainly and definitely our relationship with the trilateral junctions between China, India, and Myanmar has to be redefined accordingly. That means the whole conversation that you got to hear in this very morning about the humanitarian approach to this particular crisis needs to be revised and re-understood. And I'm not saying that humanitarian assistance is going to go away, but most certainly the way we used to see, the way our comfort level was for the last 9 years is going to get a heat. And this is where you are going to see that humanitarian assistance will be much more complicated than ever. Now, of course, we all are very happy with the kind of joint response plans coming from UNHCR or the UN agencies, or perhaps the pledges that the government is doing, or perhaps the civil society's even cry about the humanitarian assistance getting much more lesser. As a cynical realist myself, I was never been surprised with that, but most certainly I'm surprised at how unprepared we were. Now that tells me to one other prism, that takes me to another prism by saying, when the humanitarian assistance is going to be constrained, where does the solution lie? And the solution is not going to be with the multilaterals. I'm waking you up once again, and with my full respect for multilateralism, I believe in multilateralism. And I always advocated for multilateralism, but at the same time, I have to be pragmatic to tell that multilateralism solutions for Myanmar is probably going to be much lesser in the coming year, leaving it to the hands of the regional countries. Now, when it comes to the regional countries, the whole ecosystem is even more grim. Look at the relationship between China and India, perhaps two nuclear powers, I mean, having the most complicated relationship. Now you have Pakistan in the whole ecosystem coming in, arming Myanmar too. At the same time, you're also seeing that Northeast India and Thailand continues to be in odd situation with Myanmar because of the nature of border, not that they have ill intention against each other, but certainly the border. And that border is marked by a massive number of insurgencies that is beyond our calculation. I mean, if you draw a map from Teknaf and you draw a circular map of 200 kilometers, you will probably see more than 60 ethnic armed groups, insurgent groups, criminal groups functioning together with different motives, but using the same modalities of conflict economy. That brings us to one important question too, that the conflict economy will continue to be a major feature of this particular region, because this is where the economy comes in, because the Myanmar has always been seen from a conflict prism, not from an economic prism. And this is where I started to advocate that our relationship, or perhaps our approach to what we call repatriation, must be blended with transactional relationship with my counterpart. For the first time in our history, I mean, this is 55 years of history, we have a border counterpart which is not a state actor, that is a non-state actor. So this is again a new kind of wake-up call for everyone to understand that the very nature of border is changing. Now, the moment the border changes, your statecraft changes immediately too. That brings you to a very different kind of diplomatic challenges, that who should be the one I should be negotiating with. Now, this is where Arakan Army comes in. Someone was talking about it. This is where the NUG also features it. And then, of course, the very legitimate concept called the state still exists in the name of Union of Myanmar. So that state legitimacy continues to be a factor despite having a fractured political system, or perhaps despite having a very complicated regional relationship between Myanmar and its neighbors and the rest of the world. Now, the election happened too, which means this has also given some sort of legitimacy. Whether we love it, like it or not, the fact is there is a de facto legitimacy coming from a number of actors in favor of Myanmar's election. Now, that election is another dimension for us to rethink our engagement with Myanmar, not through the single prism of bilateralism, but also the prism of different actors unfolding there. So that makes the government to really understand that this particular problem can vary the repatriation point of view, while the repatriation essentially has to be the end game. Now, I say that the repatriation prism is not the fundamental prism, that many of you might become immediately worried that whether I'm advocating for reintegration. Absolutely not. What I'm advocating for is to create a situation in Myanmar where you make the repatriation feasible. Now, the feasibility is very interesting. I mean, I was listening to someone who was trying to convince me by saying, well, Arakan Army might take 150,000 people, but my immediate question was, is this 150,000 people that they expel, or the one that was from the very beginning? Now, then there was an eerie silence from the other side by saying, well, yes, well, you're taking 150,000 people you sent, and then you are trading with me by saying, well, 1.1 million is not us. So you deal with the state of Myanmar. Now, that's where the whole point is. And this morning, I couldn't resist myself but to add to this fantastic intellectual discourse of the morning session, where I literally say one point that the problem is not the security, problem is essential political economy. Now, where is the political economy standing there? The very simple the reason is that Arakan Army doesn't really have labor. We get to hear that there is a famine, and I counter-argue there is not a famine. Famine's definition is very different. The availability food, it is the problem of production of food. And that production was not a nature or market created, it was deliberately created by expulsion of people. So therefore, you have the market over there. And then subsequently, you have been talking about the camp security. And this is where I become a little bit skeptic by saying, well, camp security is much more of a law and order situation. But of course, we get to see that Cox's Bazar do have some sort of violence rate, much more, sometimes much more higher than the national rate, but at the same time, sometimes it's much better than the national rate. But camp security is not the reflection of a repatriation argument. It is perhaps the domestic issue, but at the same time, this particular conflict has different kind of tenets. Now, which tenets are we talking about? Is it the tenets that is linked with the illicit economy on the other side of the border? And that's Bertil Lintner has talked about it quite extensively. And subsequently, ICG report has constantly, and UNODC reports. And in fact, I contributed to one of the reports on the drug cartel that is happening over there. Now, that drug cartel creates a demand in the domestic side, but because the supply chain is quite robust on the other side. Now, is this a problem for Bangladesh? Of course, it is a problem for Bangladesh, but at the same time, this is not specific to Bangladesh, but this route goes all the way to the Middle East, to all the way to the European markets. So whose problem is that? So certainly, I do get to hear much more less conversation when it comes to illicit economy. And that is much more focused on Bangladesh or China. But perhaps this demand is not only in Bangladesh. You get to see this demand in the European theater too. With the Afghans really coming down to almost zero production of opium, you need that opium cultivation to come from somewhere. And this is where you get to see that narco-economics or the terror economy continues to rise. And this is where I think the regional countries should come together to really work on this particular aspect. And this will pave a way for a formalized economy in Myanmar, which will require Rohingyas to go back home if they want to, if the Arakan army wants to see that Rakhine is stable. Another critical facet, and I think this is where I believe that a large work is needed to be done, and this is called leadership building. And even if you look at Arakan, in the case of Rakhine, I mean, I had this privilege of interacting with all the stakeholders in Rakhine for last 5 years, and substantially my interaction with NUG in Washington, DC and London has always been quite inspiring. But at the end of the day, the problem is what the local community wants. Now, who are the leadership? Now, even last time when I had an interaction with Rakhine counterparts, one of the critical issues that they were saying that, hey, Prof, can we get some of your expertise to build our civil society so that we at least have some sort of statecraft in making? Now, again, I'm being me, of course, immediately came up and said, well, what am I going to get out of it? And then that's what they were not habituated with. And well, civil society, is the civil society going to help you to rebuild your state? If they build your state, what would be the priority of the state? And this is where the repatriation conversation comes in with them. That are we going to then create an infrastructure, social infrastructure, political infrastructure, economic infrastructure in Rakhine, which will allow the observance of the Rohingyas as meaningful skilled worker. And this is precisely where I always stress by saying, yes, we need the skills, but this skill has to come with a proper diplomatic communication with the regional stakeholders that, of course, as I mentioned in the morning session, if you look at the overall number of unemployment that we have in our country, cannot afford to absorb another 1.1 million unemployment coming in. And this is where the RRC was absolutely spot on when he mentioned about the 52% of total population below 18. Mind you, below 18 does not mean it is a young population. This is a minor population too. So therefore, these particular population, well, I get frustrated often when I get to see that they're being heavily securitized, but I know there is a legitimate reason to see it from the status prism that there is a security concern. But at the same time, this is the stateless population who will redefine our relationship, not within the state only, the state versus the public, but this will also redefine the relationship between the state and the state of Myanmar. And this is where I think not only the considerable investment is needed, but this investment has to be done from a prism that will have a meaningful, as what Professor Niaz Ahmed Khan has absolutely spot on mentioned, that the supply chain and must integrate them with the greater marketability in terms of labor, in terms of skilled forces, or whichever way it is. The one good thing that I got to hear a few weeks back from my friends in Rakhine, and perhaps those who are very much involved in this conflict, one issue they were saying that now they're employing many of the Rohingyas in state administration run by Arakan. Is it a good news? Yes. Where is the problem with this particular good news for us? Well, are you then trying to marginalize the people who are living in Bangladesh, or only focusing on the people who are there? Now, when the conversation really went on by saying that, look, you now have educated Rohingyas in Bangladesh who can help you in your schools, who can help you in your medicines, who can help you in the medical services. And in most of the times, I mean, I might be diplomatically incorrect in front of Rear Admiral Khurshid, who has a profound diplomatic background, but I might cause a little bit of security breach if I mention by saying, in many cases, we have helped them in the past to get medical assistance from Bangladesh. We have supported them with some sort of what you call, in a very informal, local private sector level. So what happens is that when you help them, whether that particular help has translated into confidence building between these two societies, well, unfortunately, no. And that is where the problem. And in the morning, I mentioned that, look, if you are sitting in Rakhine and looking into the Rohingya problem, it will always be a problem that is on the basis of ethno-religious nationalism coming in, whether it is Tatmadaw, Bamar ethnicity, whether it is Arakan army looking into the political capital, building political capital within the ethno-nationalist, ethno-religious nationalism. They can't bypass it. But at the same time, when you see it from Cox's Bazar beyond the camp, if I'm a Chittagonian or if I'm a person from Cox's Bazar, I would always see it from an identity resource crisis point of view. My identity perhaps over here will be much more driven by my resource constraint. So therefore, we have a conflict which is imminent, but at the same time, we haven't really looked into from a social cohesion and diplomatic point of view that how do we build a bridge between these two particular chunk of people over there and the chunk of people over there. And that means that am I frustrated with the humanitarian approach? To some extent, yes, because we get to hear quite often that only that money is driving down, and I'm quite sure additional RRC is very much over here. And one of the critical point is always that whether JRPs and others are really the reflection of what the genuine needs are. In that case, I believe that we really have to review this entire approach, not only for the case of Bangladesh. I'm very sorry that every time everything falls into Kamruzaman's shoulder, that as if the only foreign ministry is there and RRC is there to fix all the problems. It is not. So therefore, I think that international community needs to step out to bring the regional partner to come over here. I mean, of course, we might not have the sweetest relationship with all the governments that are around us, but most certainly this is where the international community should focus rather than seeing it from a wider landscape of international relations. Please come down to regional relations. And I think UNHCR country representative is here. One of the fundamental issues that I would always be looking for is that how we can build much more saner relationship on the other side of the border, despite the mandates for UN or perhaps the World Bank is fairly limited, but we do have the third-party mechanisms to do so. With that note, I would conclude by saying that yes, humanitarian assistance has no issues. I mean, humanitarian assistance is needed, but I think we need to focus on practical transaction relationship with the Myanmar counterpart. How are we going to do? That is why we are paying salaries, not to me also, but also to others in the government mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Shahabinam Khan. You rightfully mentioned some of the aspect of the policy security nexus in Myanmar and other regional actors in here. Without further delay, because we have to maintain the timing, so may I request Dr. Khalid Kosser for your remarks, 10 minutes, maybe our colleague will show up when it is finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly the least qualified panelist here, and so I won't take the full 10 minutes. I'll be as swift as possible. My understanding of this seminar is it has two main purposes. One is to present the very important research that's been undertaken, and I think we did that very well this morning. The second, I hope, is to promote a discussion and a dialogue. And so in that spirit, the first thing I'd like to do is to apply to some of the questions that were asked this morning, to which we didn't really have a chance to reply to. And again, perhaps we can use that to have an ongoing discussion at the end of this panel presentation. Firstly, I think the RRRC Commissioner is no longer with us, but I just want to be very clear from a personal perspective and from the perspective of my organization that nobody is underestimating the enormous leadership that the Bangladeshi government has shown in hosting this population over the last 8 years. So let me be very clear about that. There was another colleague this morning who I think made some very interesting points about digital exclusion and took us through some of the ways that he felt were important to overcome this challenge of digital exclusion. The final point I noted, which I think was very important, was about protection online. Now, I don't know about how widespread the internet is within the camps, the Rohingya camps. I certainly know it's very widespread within the Bangladeshi population in general. I can tell you that we at GSURF are responding to this challenge, which is a global challenge, online radicalization, misinformation, disinformation, in two main ways. One, of course, is to work with the organizations that run these websites and social media apps and so on and so forth to make sure they are taking responsibility. The second is to work with the people who are absorbing the information, at very least to give them some critical thinking skills. We think critical thinking skills are challenging, but immensely important, and that's the way that we are trying to respond to that really important point of overcoming the real risks of online radicalization and violence. There was a third question that came up this morning concerning how in practice to achieve this very important goal of social cohesion. Now, I'm not an expert on this particular context, but again, I can tell you how we at GSURF have tried to maintain some principles around this point. The first is we think it's immensely important that any programs are co-developed with the people with whom you are trying to work. So a social cohesion program, for example, that tries to look at bringing closer trust and closer relationships between the Rohingya and the host community must be designed with both of those populations together. That in itself is promoting social cohesion. A second lesson we have learned is the fundamental importance of monitoring and evaluation and learning to adjust your course and correct your course. The risk of social cohesion work is you launch it, you leave it, and you hope for the best. This has to be a scientifically approached program, and it's something, again, that we've been doing in other contexts around the world. And the third principle we apply to social cohesion is the importance of sustainability. No international community can commit to being in any context forever. All of their interventions, especially in this increasingly transactional world, need to, I think, be underpinned by sustainability, such that as they leave, there are sustainable structures to continue those principles of social cohesion. Two other things I heard this morning quickly, a very interesting discussion from one of the speakers, one of the questioners about repatriation, and we're hearing about the challenges of repatriation. The key term that the person from the audience used was "in the meantime." And I think those three words sum up my approach to this challenge. We all understand that repatriation is the only realistic solution to this challenge, and it is fundamental that we pursue it. I think we all understand it will take some time. There are some very significant political obstacles. The question before us is what to do in the meantime. And I think the research that Emmadul and others have commissioned and undertaken demonstrates that humanitarian support alone is not enough, that there are rising risks, there are rising security risks, and that we need to make sure that we are augmenting humanitarian, complementing humanitarian assistance with other approaches such as social cohesion to make sure that in the meantime, before we achieve our goal of repatriation, this does not become an even more intractable and difficult and violent situation. So I think in the meantime is, for me, the headline of this entire session so far. And then I think the final intervention, it was by the professor when he was in the audience, not here, very interesting, talking about humanitarian issues, talking about our approach to refugees. I think what he came close to talking about was labor market solutions for refugees. And my colleague from UNHCR knows this much better than me, but you will know there are 3 durable solutions for refugees. Repatriation, of course, which is normally the most desirable. Resettlement, and we've heard that a mere 6,000 Rohingya have been resettled. That's not a long-term solution for this particular issue. And local integration, and for very good reasons, we heard very clearly from the Foreign Secretary that that is not a solution for this particular population. In other contexts, I know that UNHCR is thinking about other durable solutions. What do you do when those 3 classic durable solutions run out of road? And labor market solutions, where you try to cross that boundary between humanitarianism and labor, I think is one of the solutions that UNHCR is looking for in other contexts and may or may not apply in this context. But it struck me as an interesting discussion. So those are just my reflections briefly on the discussion that we began this morning. I did have some prepared points for this afternoon, but I'm simply going to skip through them with a couple of bullet points because, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all know where we are. And I think we're all at danger of saying the same thing for the next 8 hours, and I don't think we need to, so I don't want to bore you with it. This, when I write my report back in Geneva, this will be my executive summary of what I've heard so far. We are facing a desperate humanitarian situation in the camps, point 1. I think that is clearly agreed by everybody from whatever perspective. Secondly, the Bangladesh government has gone beyond its bounds to support and be hospitable to this population. I don't think anyone is denying that. Thirdly, the United Nations, including UNHCR, is facing drastic cuts. Whatever you like, whatever we think, there are huge cuts to humanitarian assistance and, by the way, development assistance around the world, and that will impact the work here. I'm sure my colleague will say much more about that. Point number 4, as the research shows, yes, this is a humanitarian issue, but there are rising security risks as well. I think we simply need to confront that unpalatable truth, and it shouldn't surprise us, and again, my colleagues at UNHCR know this. If you have a lot of young people in a camp environment for a long period of time, you shouldn't be surprised if violence emerges. It just happens, and I think we have to find a way to guard against that almost inevitable outcome in some of these protracted refugee situations. Point number 5, return is the clear option, the clear chosen option for everybody in this room, but I think we all understand that it won't take place anytime soon. I think that's a clear conclusion. And so point number 6, how can we reduce the insecurity in the camps without in any way implying the permanence of this population in Bangladesh? And I think that's the dilemma we confront. We are trying to resolve a long-standing issue while we are waiting for the repatriation solution, but without saying that we are in any way recognizing the permanent rights of these people to stay here. And it's resolving that challenge that I think we're here to try to confront. In that spirit, simply the bullet points of what I was going to say, but I won't say it. Firstly, again, I believe that the Rohingya camps are a resilience and stability challenge as much as they are a humanitarian challenge. Secondly, I think that humanitarian assistance alone cannot sustain long-term stability. Thirdly, it's clear to me that youth vulnerability is the critical risk, and I think we heard that very clearly from the research this morning. It seems to me that investing in youth is not just about skills and leadership, it's an investment in security and stability. Fourthly, I believe that prevention, the sort of work that GSEV and others undertakes, is a way to anchor humanitarian assistance in social resilience. Humanitarian assistance alone is insufficient. And fifthly, I think, and obviously, we need to make sure that we are targeting both refugees and host populations. And of course, one of the great risks of the reduction in humanitarian assistance is we will direct the limited assistance on the refugees, forget the host communities, and I think therein lies further tensions. And it's a real risk that we need to be ready for. And the final point, it's clear to me We must do everything we can to avoid a lost generation in these camps, because I think that's what we are confronting. And Emmador, finally, if I may, you've taken it down, but you put up 5 or 6 questions for the panel to think about, a couple of non-expert reflections. And again, I'm the least expert person on this panel. I know very little about the context, but just some observations. Your first question was about diplomatic and legal steps towards repatriation. I think we've had some very good discussions, including led by the professor. I would simply reflect this, and this comes from work that I've done in other contexts, and again, UNHCR is the expert on this, not me. Clearly, repatriation needs to be voluntary. Clearly, it needs to go back to a situation where people can live in safety and dignity. But I think fundamentally, and something I think we always forget, is that crossing that boundary is not the end, it's the beginning of another entire cycle and another entire set of challenges. And it seems to me that that long-term perspective may be one way to resolve the dilemma before us. What you are doing by providing social cohesion and protection and assistance and livelihoods and training to the Rohingya is preparing them to overcome the challenges that they will confront once they eventually get back. So to me, those are not just survival mechanisms. They're not in any way endowing permanence. They are a way to prepare a population to return, and let's hope that return takes place as soon as possible. So I think there's something around preparing for a long-term goal. A second question was, and the professors addressed this in a depressing but absolutely realistic way, how can we get the international community to focus on this issue when, when there are many other more news-grabbing crises in the world today? It's a huge challenge. I guard against the risk of securitization. I guard against the risk of instrumentalization. But I think maybe the one concept that still resonates in the international community today is security and stability. And it seems to me in this region, Bangladesh is a key ally. It's stable. You've just undertaken a very well-executed democratic election. If there's any sign of growing instability or insecurity in Bangladesh, I think that's one way to attract further attention. Again, without instrumentalization, without securitization, and without overestimating challenges. But I think security still resonates even in this transactional world. There was a third question about livelihoods. I'll simply say this. The most interesting finding from this morning's research that I noted was that the drivers of insecurity, which is my interest and my organization's interest, are more about psychosocial stability and social cohesion than livelihoods. There was a very interesting line that said at the moment, livelihoods do not intervene in that path between external structural stress and the outcomes of violence. So I think livelihoods are fundamental, but again, alone they are not sufficient. We also need to focus on psychosocial support and social cohesion. There's a final question about how we can apply political leverage to Myanmar. That is way above my pay grade, and there may well be other people in the audience who can answer that question. I don't know what the answer is, but perhaps the final question that was asked about the regional politics, and again, the professor is the expert, not me, but it does seem to me, in this transactional world, we need to develop some sense of, without leaning too far into the private sector, some sense of return on investment. From Geneva, from where I sit, for my efforts to raise money for my organization, it is increasingly clear that you need to demonstrate to donors what the return on their investment is. And saying we are keeping people alive for a long time in refugee camps for the next 20 years, I don't think is any longer a sufficient return on investment. So I think we need to think about the security, the stability, the national, the regional implications of these camps and make the case that we need to make sure that they are stable, that they are secure, that they are not a risk. And I think that may be one way to begin to encourage more regional engagement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Khalid Qasser, Executive Director of ZSERV. So I would like to mention here Dr. Khalid Qasser and his organization, ZSERV, since 2018 to 2024, contributed in the Rohingya camp, and he funded his organization almost 10 million USD. And he rightfully mentioned some of the items that we discussed here. He kept this message and bring it to the Geneva in the high-level panel and to share our findings in the another form of flow. So I would like to mention that our chief guest is on the way. Maybe he will arrive soon. May I request Rear Admiral M.D. Khurshid Alam, Director, Independent University of Bangladesh, for his remark. And I would like to mention here one thing. Rear Admiral M.D. Khurshid Alam, he's one of the men, one of the leader, one of the bureaucrat who is dealing this issue from the very beginning. And the major influx stuck in 2017. So may I request some remarks in his experience and his thought in the peaceful repatriations and the situations of Rohingya security risks. So,
distinguished panelists and audience, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to you all. Well, before I start, let me just ask you that since you are all Bangladeshis who are sitting here, could you please raise your hand and how many of you have traveled to Myanmar in your lifetime? So you can see, if I say how many of you have gone to India, the number could be much more than what we see. So that means we have neglected only the other neighbor at our own peril. And that's what has been going on. Why? Because in 1962, General Nguyen, first time, issued a booklet telling his people that, look, these Rohingyas are not our own original people, they are from Bangladesh. And that booklet was circulated to all over Myanmar. And since then, the subsequent incidents started happening, whether you call it 78, whether you call it 91. So that means we have neglected the issue of maintaining a good relation with our only other neighbor. And that's number one problem. And I have been given a remit to say that what are creating an enabling environment for voluntary, safe and dignified Rohingya repatriation. So I have actually very strong objection on two of these. We need to redefine these two terms. First of all is dignified. Yes, everybody would like to be dignified, but does history say that Rohingyas were ever treated by Myanmar in a dignified way? Since the independence of Myanmar, it was never been. They were just treated like, third-grade citizens. Their rights were taken away in 1982. Their passports were taken in 1982, even after the repatriation. So they were never treated like human beings. So now, after 70, 80 years, we are saying that it must be dignified. I don't think it's possible or it is going to happen with Myanmar mindset, because more than 90% people don't like these Rohingyas in Myanmar. So we have to come out of these narratives a little bit in different way. The second thing is voluntary. Now, voluntary, it has already been discussed. See, the Rohingyas who are staying within Bangladesh, I don't think they will ever volunteer to go back to Myanmar, because living all the life, whatever they have been enjoying here, because the other side, they will be persecuted, there will be no education, there will only be number of people. Only one grandfather had 40, grandson and granddaughters. So that is the job they have been doing on the other side. No education. So nobody would like to go. So this term, voluntary, also has another connotation, another difficulty is problem. When China actually, negotiated, so at one stage, 20 of our Rohingyas went to Myanmar to see where they will be located. And also 20 of the Myanmaris came to our camps to actually convince the Rohingyas to go back. Now there are 100 people who agreed, and we put them into the camps for final departure. And then the UNHCR came in. They said it has to be voluntary. So they put about 51 questions to each one of them previous night. Mind it, next morning they are supposed to go. So by morning, none of the people stayed in the camp. And they came back to their main camp, so they were not ready for volunteer. So the voluntary repatriation term has to be also negotiated. Yes, we would like to be voluntary, but voluntariness will be decided by Bangladesh. That's we should make it very clear, not by UNHCR. If UNHCR we allow them, UNHCR itself is not transparent. They have got $12 million, $900 million, $1,000 million. But does any one of us know how much money they have actually spent on Rohingyas? Some say is less than 40%. 60% on other thing, on the transportation and everything else. So there is no transparency with them. So why should Bangladesh, which is suffering for last so many years with 1.5 million Rohingyas, we have to ensure voluntariness through the UNHCR, not by us. No, we don't have academicians. We don't have people here who can be trustworthy and make sure that voluntariness could be done by us, not by other thing. Well, safe. Yes, I would agree on the safe. We have signed an agreement with the Myanmar government. That agreement is still in force. Even as Professor Shahamanam has said, that we had some sort of understanding with the Arakan army, but Arakan army finally betrayed. But then Myanmar is a big country. There are only 5 million people. So if Myanmar government is willing to take them, otherwise also they were not allowing to take these Rohingyas back to their own previous village where they were born or lived for 40 years, 50 years. They were taken, they were supposed to be taken in some other places. If that be the case, we can actually overrule. There is no need for Rohingyas to go back to Arakan. They can go back to any other place. Because Arakan, historically, they were, we call it Mogar Mulluk. That means a land without laws. And this has not been invented by us. This was done by British. Because even during the British time till 1924, Arakan had never maintained a distinct border with India under British rule. Never. It is only after 1924 there was some sort of understanding that this will be the border. So you are dealing with a local regional force which has never, complied with laws and regulations and everything else. So how do we go forward? Yes, we must intensify regional partners. We must involve China. We must involve Sasakawa Foundation. And we must involve ASEAN so that they can put some pressure. Myanmar understands pressure. They have been working under pressure all through. They also understand pressure and also force. We may not have the equal number of force, but definitely if we can exert pressure through the regional people, through China, I think the China advanced this repatriation quite a bit. I think it will work out. The second is ICC case. We have filed a case. And there we said very clearly that the refugees have a right to return. That is also to be proved. And we must again put in our effort to revive this case and follow on. Then of course, if Myanmar wants to put them into some other place, should be human rights monitoring by some of the local powers. And we can, probably bring in some again local actors. There is ASEAN, there is us, there is India, there is China, who can monitor whether there is violation of Rohingyas who have gone back there in a safe place and not being treated. Of course, with Arakan army, we can maintain Chengdu diplomacy. But final mediation, final talking, it should be done with the Myanmar government. There should not be any doubt in our mind that if we underestimate the government of Myanmar, it's going to bring any fruit for us. There will not be, it will be easy for the repatriation. Because in 1991, they have taken only 250,000. 30,000 people stayed back. They never took them back. So they are almost merged with our community. Nobody hardly knows who are the 30,000 people which Myanmar did not take back in 1991. So that must be followed up. And of course, humanitarian stops, I think a lot of people have participated here and we have discussed. Yes, we can ask for creating a safe zone within Myanmar. Let's say they take you 200 miles inside Myanmar. It's a big country. I agree, there are a lot of groups who are fighting in Myanmar. I have gone with a Western diplomat in Manipur and delivered a bag load of dollars to the Christian who were fighting against Myanmar people. So I have seen how this thing work out. So why not in our case, if the international community wants, that we can also do that, you know. Well, the protection, the people in the camps now, there is a security threat. So safety is also difficult here. So we are asking something which Myanmar itself cannot provide to its own citizens. So that's going to be a big problem. We should not ask something which they cannot provide to their own people right now. We have to be realistic to say that what we would like, they should be able to provide that. And we must maintain that good link. And well, another thing is humanitarian empowering voice to the Rohingyas. Do they have a voice? I don't know how many of you have gone. I have gone at least 50 times to Myanmar camps. They don't have a voice. They don't have unity among themselves. They don't understand each other, what they are talking. They don't know where they are going to go, or how they are going to go, where they would like to live. Yes, one or two people, but they don't have a leadership. So that leadership probably we need to bring up so that, you know, they can do these things. And we can also we can also do the humanitarian aid, you see, to Rakhine. Bangladesh can take initiative to take humanitarian aid to Rakhine, because Rakhine is there is dire shortage of goods and supply and everything else. But then we must prepare our Coast Guard effectively, and we must operate it efficiently so that the goods and supplies in the supply chain, whatever we would like to send it to Myanmar or to Rakhine, it must be checked, and only those items to be allowed to the Myanmar. Otherwise, Rakhine should not get a free supply as they have been getting from us, and that's creating a lot of problem for us. So my suggestion, final suggestion, is that I have seen it for 16 years, that this is not the way to solve this, one of the biggest problem of Bangladesh we are facing in this century. Our advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister is here. My submission will be, to resolve this problem, we must have a committee. We must form a committee. That committee should be consisted of one secretary from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, one secretary, additional secretary from the Ministry of Disaster Relief, and RRC. These three gentlemen should be given wide-ranging power to initiate talks, to actually suggest plans and programs to the government, so that government can actually perform in a better way than leaving it to one individual or talking here and there. This won't actually solve our problem of getting these people to the other side. So finally, let me summarize that we will have to revise the term, talking with UNHCR about the voluntary definition as well as definition of dignified. But we must ensure that safe return, and we must allow local actors to play, including China, because China almost did it by the time the Arakan problem came in. So we must involve China in this process if we want that the Rohingya repatriation will ever take place. It's a long time now. Bangladesh cannot bear anymore this burden to our people. It's a security threat is becoming. It will be more as the money UNHCR is getting, they are becoming less and less. So when they don't get money, they will be creating a lot of problems in our society. Already we have a lot of problems. We have a lot of people. We do not have enough space for 1.5 million people in our very congested and land we have. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, sir.
Your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really honored to have our honorable chief guest, Dr. Rashid Al Mahmoud Titumir, our advisor, Prime Minister of Bangladesh. So without further delay, may I request Mr. Ibu Fersen, UNHCR Country Representative Bangladesh, for his remarks on the Rohingya refugee crisis, Bangladesh. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my thanks go to the organizers of the conference, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and Young Power in Social Action. And thank you to the preceding speakers and to the audience for your active engagement. As mentioned, a lot of good points have been made earlier this morning already, and that forced me to change my presentation. Actually, I don't have the earphone with me anymore because most of my points have been made. And also in the afternoon, excellent points. So again, I changed further as I don't want to duplicate and repeat. But let me nevertheless stress a few key points. And I agree with one of the overarching conclusions shared by others, that the Rohingya, and in a way Bangladesh, and also the international community, is caught between a rock and a hard place. A very difficult to disentangle situation, where we see indeed very, very slim return prospects in the near to midterm, due to inadequate level of political engagement, and also forms of other pressure brought to bear in the context of Myanmar. Declining funding, where as UNHCR, we do not suspect that we will be able, with partners, because again, it's a large community, to go back to the funding levels that we enjoyed a few years ago, despite efforts to diversify. And we fully appreciate, as another driver in this context, the increased anxiety, apprehension on the side of Bangladeshi counterparts about a perceived and indeed actually confirmed lack of international responsibility sharing, both in terms of funding as well as the engagement in and on the context of Myanmar. And that is something that we should all duly recognize and fully appreciate. This leads, as again duly described by most of the preceding speakers, to an increasingly complicated, precarious, protracted context in and around the camps of the refugees in Cox's Bazar and on Bhasan Char. We see the numbers increasing. Let's not forget that whilst Rohingya are being stopped at the border, others manage to get in, and on a weekly basis, we have 50, 100, 150 new arrivals. And there is, of course, also natural growth. We see needs increasing due to population growth, but also due to declining funding. And we see essentially increased levels of desperation, especially the young segments of the population losing hope and communicating that to us, and increased exposure and vulnerability. And all that increasingly intertwined with a very fragile cross-border context, also already referred to by previous speakers, both in terms of the activities of armed groups as well as illicit border dynamics. And that's increasingly becoming an intertwined set of dynamics. Our main message, therefore, is indeed, as very much aligned with preceding speakers, is that it will be very ill-advised for all of us collectively to underestimate this convergence, which I've just described to you. Because underestimating the situation and not finding a way out, which is not going to be easy, and I will come to that, will essentially lead to more cost and complexity. Yes, it's an expensive operation, where a lot of money goes, to answer to the preceding speaker, to UNHCR and other actors, and all that is adequately described through JRP documents and processes. But where that amount may actually appear small in case of the consequences and costs that may emerge, should again we collectively not find more durable ways out of this crisis. So a step change is needed, but it's also clear that there's not one silver bullet through which we can collectively address the situation. So the question is indeed how to keep this situation manageable, how to buy time and mitigate in the short to near midterm, whilst keeping durable solutions and a structural way out of this crisis firmly on our collective radar screens. And I will list the 9 top-line suggestions that we have in this regard. First of all, we genuinely also agree and wholeheartedly agree, as outlined by preceding speakers, that Bangladesh needs an enormous amount of praise for what it has done. And then I talk about both authorities as well as the people, especially the host communities, in sheltering, hosting large numbers of refugees for so many years, and indeed also important measures that we have seen implemented at camp level in recent years, as explained by the RRC. Not yet mentioned earlier today is the continued need for us as humanitarian actors to make the response even cheaper. We have dramatically downsized, reduced, and adopted a whole range of cost efficiency measures as UNHCR, but also other organizations. Most of us have shrunk with at least 1/3, if not more. But more can be done to work individually as agencies in a more nimble and agile and cost-efficient manner. We also still see opportunities to work cheaper in terms of our programming efforts. And we hope it will be possible to continue to have strides forward in discussions with the government in the adoption of longer-term assistance measures. This is not always easy because this quickly indeed can become a sensitive and political discussion, but our fear is that the cyclic annual short-term assistance approaches that were possible in the past are no longer going to be sustainable. They're too costly. So if we can use other types of shelter material or other types of material to construct the little roads and paths that crisscross through the camps, we may be spending a little bit more money in the short term, but we will be saving money in the mid and longer term. And donors have been very clear to us that they expect these types of measures to gain further momentum. We have a huge, and it's the fourth point, common agenda, a set of objectives which we essentially call the transformation of the response. In years of abundance, I think we need to be all honest, it was less needed to work in the most coordinated, joined up manner possible. So we have a number of work streams that we are pursuing in this regard, in coordination, but also localization, integration of both processes and services, deduplication, one camp approaches, i.e. the same levels and types of assistance throughout the camp provided by the assistance community. A lot of these steps and work streams were initiated last year, and we have a lot of work to do to carry that forward this year and beyond. We see opportunities to work much more closely and cohesively together with development actors, both to ensure that more assistance goes to the host communities, but also to help us in these mid to longer term approaches, which are essentially cheaper within the camp environment. And then we are fully supportive of all measures geared towards enhanced livelihoods to essentially reduce aid dependency, which again is key because of dropping aid levels, and should also be seen and can be seen if they're done well as investments in the future. We are cognizant of the fact that this often leads to questions, but is this not going to be a pull factor and will it disincentivize return? It is up to us to ensure that we provide more examples of the many settings around the world where investments in livelihoods have actually contributed to future return. And there's a lot of evidence to underscore this point. It's often those without assets, without skills, without opportunities, who will be destitute and who will not be returning. So what can we do? Taking into account, again, local sensitivities, the context, the apprehension that exists within Bangladesh to see what the areas are where we can decrease aid dependency. Within the camp, we see lots of opportunities and potentially in its vicinity. And then I go to point 7 and 8, which both relate again to international burden sharing. Resource mobilization will remain key. We often hear from donors, you need to work more cohesively together, you need to work in a more agile manner, you need to cut costs, you need to adopt other assistance approaches. And again, we wholeheartedly agree, but we need to be clear to the international community that this is never going to become all of a sudden a very cheap operation. We talk about 1.3 million people who will continue to require some form of humanitarian or transitional assistance, which costs money. So we're not going to transform the response in such a way that we can tell donors that they can structurally reduce further. Our message to donors should be that perhaps now at the edge of what is acceptable in terms of what we're asking from the international community. This year's pending JRP document has a price tag of 710 million, and our message to donors should be that we have done our homework, and now we expect donors to support that appeal more wholeheartedly with a higher funding coverage percentage compared to previous years. And then, as extensively noted by previous speakers, we should continue to make clear that the solution is in Myanmar, but also make clear that that cannot continue to just be a tagline in presentations like this. If the international community is genuinely interested in ensuring that the pressure on Bangladesh is alleviated and a light at the end of the tunnel is created for the Rohingya, more is needed in the political and economic domain through a combination of carrots and sticks in the context of Myanmar. Should the international community be not prepared to do so, and it is again increasingly difficult as we speak because of all the crises happening in the Middle East, then the immediate consequences that these actions lead to the Rohingya crisis becoming even further protracted and again costly. So the message should be engagement in these domains, yes, intricate, not easy, way above the pay grade of humanitarians, but this is what should remain pivotal and central on international radar screens if we want to find a structural way out of this crisis. And then we hope that, because this will still take time, we can work together with authorities and partners on the development of, beyond the JRP, a national strategy for the Rohingya response, catering to the protection elements, assistance, but also durable solutions, and potentially explore whether this should become a sub-regional strategy, given that other countries, for example, through onward movement, are also hosting Rohingya refugees, for example, Thailand, Malaysia, and so on and so forth. I think I'll stop here, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hugo, for your statement. We have a very limited time, so it's approaching. So may I request Mr. Naoki Takahashi, Minister and the Deputy Chief of Cohesion, Japan Ambassador to Bangladesh, for his remark within 10 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Naoki Takahashi, Deputy Chief of Mission from Japanese Embassy here in Bangladesh. Well, Honorable Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished panelists and esteemed participants, it's a profound honor for me to be here today, be able to stand in front of you at this national seminar on Rohingya issues. I would like to extend, first of all, my sincere gratitude to Sasakawa Peace Foundation and also Young Powerful Social Action for convening this timely event. I wish to commend the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for its instrumental role in sustaining international attention and in fostering dialogue and cooperation towards addressing this complex crisis. Let me start with the current situation and challenges. The Rohingya crisis remains one of the most serious humanitarian and political challenges in Asia. It's not only a humanitarian issue, but it is also an issue that directly affects peace and stability and social cohesion, not only in Bangladesh, but also in the wider region. This crisis is becoming even more complex. Conditions in Myanmar, especially in Rakhine State, remain unstable. Fighting and insecurity have continued. And in recent years, Bangladesh has seen additional inflows of Rohingya fleeing violence in Rakhine State. The ultimate solution is the safe, voluntary, dignified, and sustainable repatriation of the Rohingya to Myanmar. But such return will be only possible if conditions in Myanmar improve fundamentally, including security and rights and freedom of movement and credible political environment. At present, that environment does not exist yet. So therefore, in the meantime, probably in the meantime, one of the key expressions that was discussed so far, in the meantime, certainly we keep sustainable return as a long-term goal. In the meantime, we must also address the very real and urgent challenges on the ground now. Declining humanitarian funding, rising protection risks, mounting pressure on host communities, and growing need to strengthen resilience and self-reliance. Against this background, Bangladesh has shown extraordinary generosity in hosting more than 1 million Rohingyas for many years. I think this deserves continued recognition from the international community. So I would like to once again pay tribute to the Bangladesh government and the people of Bangladesh for their efforts, very tireless efforts for sheltering many Rohingya refugees. Japan, for its part, maintains a balanced and practical approach, coordinating closely with the Bangladesh government, United Nations agencies, NGOs, and other donors, while also bringing its own added value. Today, I would like to refer to 4 points that characterize the Japanese approach to this issue. First, Japan supports both immediate humanitarian needs and longer-term resilience. Our assistance covers food, nutrition, health protection, shelter, education, and wash, but also increasingly looks at how to improve living conditions, reduce vulnerabilities, and support more sustainable capacity. Just this month, Japan committed a further $16.5 million through 5 UN agencies, UNICEF, IOM, UNFPA, WFP, and HCR. And second, Japan strongly emphasizing support for Bangladeshi host communities. This is, I think, central point. This is not secondary. This is essential. Host communities bears a huge burden in sheltering many Rohingya refugees. Support for host community cope with pressure on services, livelihood, and infrastructure, and environmental and social tension. Japan has therefore supported host communities through livelihood programs, climate and disaster resilience, waste management, women's health and protection, and broader development cooperation in Cox's Bazar. Recent examples include support for small farmers' resilience, solid waste management, and women and adolescents in host communities. And thirdly, Japan believes that more should be done to strengthen refugees' self-reliance. Of course, this must be approached carefully and in harmony with local communities. But in a protracted crisis, it is not enough to think only in terms of assistance delivery. We also need to create conditions for greater dignity, skills, and agency. That means support for livelihood, education, youth engagement, community capacity, and practical so-called portable skills that can be useful both now and in the future once they can be able to return in Dhaka state. Japan's support has included livelihood-related skills-oriented components through partners such as IOM, UNICEF, and HCR. And lastly, my fourth point is I would like to stress the importance of public-private cooperation. Japanese private sector also have contributed. For instance, the Nippon Foundation has also been engaged in support in relation to the Rohingya crisis, including through partnership with organizations such as BRAC. I think addressing a protracted crisis requires not only governments and UN agencies, but also civil society and the private sector. In conclusion, while the challenges ahead are formidable, these challenges are not by no means insurmountable. I hope that this seminar serves as a vital nexus for exchanging perspectives and cementing our collective resolve. Let me conclude by reiterating Japanese commitment, its unwavering commitment to working hand in hand with the government of Bangladesh, the United Nations, NGOs, and private sector, and all dedicated partners towards a comprehensive and lasting resolutions to the Rohingya crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Takahashi, for rightfully mentioning the Japan government initiative that were already donated in this last couple of weeks. It was 16.5 million USD, and also mentioned that our mother foundation, Nippon Foundation contributions in the Rohingya refugee camp for humanitarian and other purposes. So we almost finished our panelist remarks. Our panelists rightfully tried to focus on some of the issues. This peaceful, dignified repatriation is the key, but also consider the security risks, the growing concern for Bangladesh and the other regional actors. Definitely, as Dr. Shahab Inam Khan mentioned at the very beginning, that multilateralism is the key. But yes, multilateralism is under threat for some of the other perspective. But regional actors like Japan, China, and also the India and other countries in the ASEAN, Malaysia, Indonesia could play a huge role to force to Myanmar for convince them or compel them to take this their burden. So this is not our burden. So Bangladesh burdens positions. So return Rohingya people to their own land. Now the floor is open. We would like to spend another 10 minutes before going to our honorable chief guest to remark. So if you have any questions to our panelists, please just questions, not remarks. To the panelists, please mention your name and organization. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, respected chief guest and distinguished panelists. It was really good to attend this session, particularly knowing diverse perspectives on this issue. So I will put forward a few questions and also I'll pass some comment because I have been in the Rohingya affairs for more than 5 years now, working there in the camp and knowing the realities. And particularly, if you look at even Myanmar is an ever-changing country. You cannot show another country similar to Myanmar in the world. Even probably by the time you have completed this research, many of the data being obsolete given the very current state of affairs. Now, first coming to this research, this is a very limited research, completely obliterating the host community issues. We have only looked at the vulnerability of the Rohingya people, but we haven't looked at the vulnerability of the host community people. How many new jobs have been created in the last 7 years in Bangladesh? Is there an answer to this? How many new jobs to accommodate the Rohingyas? What is the percentage of unemployment? What is the unemployment rate in Bangladesh in general? And what is the rate in the Cox's Bazar and Chittagong region? Now already you see, we have seen recently, there is a good number of job cuts of the Bangladeshi people and they are not paid very high. Only 15,000 taka per month. And then we have seen that those people are taking to the streets and protest days after days. And it became a tremendous headache, not only for us, but for all the humanitarian people. Do you want to make a situation like this, again in Cox's Bazar, making our task difficult, even to access the camp? This is a question to everyone. Do you just want to make a situation like this? Now you see, you should go back to a research by FAO and you see another organization, IWFP, 2018, 60% of the local people, they were forced to change their food habit because of the Rohingya influx. Now what about them? World Bank came up with a project called EGPP++, only to address those people. But or has their problem been, you see, addressed permanently? Okay, I know that we know that they are really suffering. Most community people are suffering. Now, of course, you see, the only presenting the Rohingya perspective doesn't actually really solve the issue, and it will never solve the issue. The second thing about how the Rohingyas, I'm really thankful to some of the panelists that they have really pointed out to this one, about the role of the Rohingyas in finding the solution. I think the answer lies in Myanmar, because it's a land of ethnicities, but we need to look at how the other parties or other ethnic groups are pertinent to the very political architecture in Myanmar. Unless we capacitate them, a sustainable repercussion will never happen. Now you need to come out, maybe through another research, what can really capacitate them to become relevant and pertinent, not here in Bangladesh society, but in Rakhine society, and so that they can really play an active role. Unless you do that, we cannot find a solution. Now again, you see, I wanted to be present in the first session also, because unfortunately I had a job in the Ministry of Public Administration, which I could not see. And we also wanted to have a copy of the research, you see, in our hands so that we could go through this one. I have just got an nutshell of this one. We have seen that the respondents are only the Rohingyas, and they are speaking for themselves. And they would love to be, you see, here. If they can replace a Bangladeshi. We know that in Cox's Bazar already the labor market is volatile because of the informal institution of the Rohingyas. And the Bangladeshi people are suffering, and we are facing the same. And we have to answer in American. Now we don't want to turn into a bubble. We don't want to make our task humanity. Now all these, can you just turn all these into questions, all the panelists? I'm just asking you this question. How many new jobs have you created for the last 7 years for economic inclusion of the Rohingyas? And how many Bangladesh will you replace by economically including Rohingyas in our economy? And are you disempowering the local people in the name of empowering the Rohingyas? And how can you strike a balance? I think we should come up with an answer to that. Okay, thank you very much.
Do the one particular issues, we cannot cover the whole of the things. And we acknowledge that the policy and Bangladesh government at the very beginning, we start with the burden. And rightfully say that if anyone would like to debate on this, our findings and many things, it's not disempowering the host communities. It's also the ensuring the criticize the ourselves. How can actually we do if there is some security risks arise? We should criticize in ourselves. What should we do? And we never in our position in the research said any single word that is actually burden to or Bangladesh doing anything wrong on this perspective or disempowering the host communities. As a knowledge-based society, and it's always need to welcome the research and criticize ourselves. And in our research, we are actually following the all systematic method that the research actually commissioned. So this is the important things. Yes, definitely the international community still urge to the Myanmar government is a bit different one, and many of our panelists and also in our big document in the report also tried to cover. Yes, if you would like to do another items to investigation, is need to do it in that way. So maybe Professor Shahabinam Khan wish to say any comments.
Thank you very much. I think this is a brilliant question, and I thank you for asking this question. And this is precisely the reason why I was framing this particular solution from a labor market solution, which also I think Dr. Kosher has also mentioned that the whole prism has to change. And if you look at from a very labor market prism, that would be much better. And I think we have the honorable advisor with us, and honorable advisor has extensively worked on labor market. And I think, sir, you have also done a commendable research on all these labor market surplus and how we actually deal with it. And this is probably going to be one of the major challenge for the current government. And this is why I think when you mentioned that when we look into the marketability of Rohingya refugees for the other side of the border, at the same time, as I mentioned very clearly, that if you look at the perspective that how Rakhine sees the Rohingyas is more about ethno-nationalist point of view. But when you see the Rohingyas from Cox's Bazar, as I mentioned, that it is identity and resource crisis point of view. Now, this resource crisis point of view has largely been gone unnoticed in many cases. And I think this is where we need to really, really focus. And I'm quite sure UNHCR is very much there. And they would probably be very keen to see that how we can better with the changes of everything that we see around is crafted. And another important factor, as you have said, that disempowerment. And I think this is one of the critical factor why we see the entire problem often, whether rightly or wrongly, or whether perfectly or imperfectly, that the whole problem from a very security point of view. And hence, this whole security point of view is, while it is a problem for Cox's Bazar, but when you take the 52% who are below 18 years old, I mean, even if you 52% out of 1.1 million is almost 500,000 population. And this 500,000 population will come to the market at some point of time. If we don't let them come to the market, then another dimension of security issues will be adding to our whole ecosystem. Now, this is where I believe that much more careful investigation is needed, and you have rightly mentioned. And I believe this is something that international community should also do, because in many cases that in the morning I was mentioning that, look, what would be the labor market necessity or labor market side in Rakhine, so that we can make a clear case of skills that we are giving is also applicable for them. But at the same time, if you look at it, 55 years for us to come to 77.9% literacy in Bangladesh. And this is where often I used to get into discussion with the international community that give them skills right away. I said, it took 55 years for it to come to 77% literacy. That's not education. And in that case, you are expecting that it will be solved 1.1 million population overnight. And then the international community's funding situation continues to dwindle. And then that same thing will come to the shoulder of the state of Bangladesh, right? So therefore, I think we have come to some sort of reality check for everyone, and particularly what is happening in the Middle Eastern theater. That will also give us a very ominous picture that we have no other option rather to really find a solution that is pragmatic, doable, and not emotionally charged up driven. So therefore, I think your question is extremely important, and I believe that we have to take this into consideration. One actor has not been factored in most of our discussion on the Rohingya issue, is the role of the private sector. I mean, we have put always on the shoulder of the state. I mean, even if you look at the private sector, how far have we included private sector into this whole ecosystem? I mean, even if you look at the market viability skills to be used, or perhaps to create some sort of employment infrastructure over there. And I think the UNHCR and the government of Bangladesh must engage with the private sector to create some sort of trilateral synergy to not only create a labor market, but also to make the whole situation sustainable. So therefore, I think private sector inclusion is something that perhaps what you tried to refer is a significant actor who would be creating employment too. So with that note, my last point would be in what I think we have largely not been very serious, is that what kind of coordination are we going to see when we create the labor market? Or perhaps we are going to see the economic dividend that you have looked into. And I'm quite sure the government will be very, very serious. Thank you very much. Oh, one more.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I mean, I apologize. I was sharing this with Dr. Kosher, that I wrote a very sarcastic piece of article few weeks back, where I say the way that currently in multilateral institutions are functioning, particularly that UN must have some sort of reform. Unless the reform is done, I mean, there is a gentleman sitting somewhere in the United States who's looking into the UN headquarters as a prime time Manhattan real estate property. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we are actually out of time. So we are going to close the session with the remarks of our honorable chief guest. May I request our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Rashid Al Mahmoud Titumir sir, for honorable advisor, Prime Minister of Bangladesh, for his remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, respected scholars, policymakers, representatives of humanitarian organizations, and dear participants. I was supposed to be here in the morning session, but unfortunately I couldn't do it because of the urgent business of the government. Nevertheless, I'm sure you have benefited from this timely seminar, and you have interacted yourself and tried to come up with solutions that are practical and that we can take it forward. I would not really take your time because it's just before the iftar, and we must really, as a Muslim, we always think that আমাদের দোয়া কবুল হয় ইফতারের আগে. So I would not bother you to keep you here. So I'll have a very three statements, basically, three statements. We are aware of the fact that it's a protracted crisis. We are aware of the fact there is a donor fatigue. But we are not really discussing a single issue, which is that humanitarian response cannot be indefinite. Let's be honest about it. We cannot have indefinite humanitarian response. And this is where, if you are patting us that Bangladesh has done a tremendous job, then let's work. Let's take that responsibility. Because you are alluding ourselves that we have taken on board the largest amount of people that has been displaced from anywhere in the world. And then, why are you not acting? Let's walk the talk. Because if you are saying that we have done a commendable job of housing 10 million Rohingyas, then let's do the job. Humanitarian response can't be for an indefinite period. Let's give a thought to ourselves. Can a humanitarian crisis be indefinite in nature? Second point, why are we talking about Marshall Plan and other plans? Why are we talking about livelihood strategies back in Bangladesh? It should be discussed in their home country. Second point, from the government of Bangladesh point of view, it's very clear. Let's talk about anything and everything in Myanmar. We are not interested in Marshall Plan. We are not interested in if international community, and if we are really serious about it, let's really create home where people can live, where people can breathe, where people can unleash their potentials. Let's focus building a home for these people. And that should be our approach. Because where they can find that they are citizens of that particular country, they are citizens of the world in the sense that they are citizens of a country. They're stateless. That doesn't mean you shrug off your responsibility and ask us to pardon ourselves at the cost of our budget, at the cost of our environment, at the cost of our people. If you are sincere, if you are committed, let's create home for them. Isn't it? Let's have home for them. Let's not indulge ourselves to have Marshall Plan in Bangladesh or in Myanmar. Let's have them to be educated in Myanmar. Let's have them to find job in Myanmar. Let's have their health structure in Myanmar. Let's have their unleashing of potential as a human being. Let's have their place in Myanmar in terms of unleashing their human dignity. The third point that we have been invoking, and everyone talk about human rights, human dignity. That means we need justice. Let's talk about justice. If there is the commission of genocide of that intent, as the former Secretary General of the United Nations says, then where is the initiative in terms of handing over justice to the people, to the victim, and make sure that the perpetrators are punished? So the government of Bangladesh is really committed on these three things. We want to see every child, every mother, every human being are enjoying the fullest life. They should not be caged. They should live in their land. They should unleash their potential in their homeland, with their culture, with their all thing. Let's really talk about that. Let's talk about finding home for a homeless. Let's have a direction towards that end. Let's not talk about where they could be taken in some country or some other countries. And as Bangladesh is always interested in having a peaceful, prosperous Bay of Bengal, we are committed to extend our relationship and engagement with our neighboring countries, including ASEAN, including South Asian countries, as well as other countries, in resolving and having a durable solution to the crisis in the safe, voluntary, dignified, and sustainable repatriation of Rohingya refugees to their homeland. Let's really work towards their homeland. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and wonderful moderator. As we wrap up today's seminar, we want to thank you all for the energy you brought to this session. Since we are observing the holy month of Ramadan, the organizers have arranged iftar for everyone. Please make sure to collect the iftar boxes. Thank you very much once again.